You guys over here ready? We're going to call to order the Board of Commissioners regular meeting. It's June 7th, 2022 at 5:03 p.m. We have a roll call. Mr. Floyd? Here. Mr. Burdette? Here. Mr. Corbett's here. Mr. Deloach?
Here.
Mr. Loper?
Here.
And Mr. Kiefer.
Here.
So we are in full attendance. Appreciate everyone attending tonight. I'm going to ask if you'd all rise for the invocation given by Roger Burdette and follow up by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for the opportunity to stand before you today and do what we do, Lord. We pray that the decisions that we make and the things we talk about are glorifying to you in some way, Father. And I pray that we make the best decisions for our constituents in this county, Lord, that we love so much. We pray this all in Christ's name. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have our agenda before us tonight. Are there any corrections or additions to this agenda as presented?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members, there are a number of changes this evening. Okay, if you'll start with me on the second page of your agenda. Consent agenda item number 6, renewal of a fire services agreement with the City of Springfield for a 1-year period. This item is to be removed tonight. Moving on to the fourth page of your agenda, item number 16. Consideration to approve acceptance of a donation from the Effingham County Veterans Park Board. This item is being removed. Page number 5, new business number 27. Consideration to approve to award a design build construction contract to Rain and Shine.
What number was this?
27. This item is being removed. Under Planning Board items, number 7, number 8 is an application by W.T. Wasden for Miller Timber to rezone 46 acres from AR1 to I1. The applicant has requested to withdraw this item. Items number 9 and number 10 under Planning Board presentments is for Backwater Expeditions LLC. The applicant has requested to postpone this item to the July 19th commission meeting.
Do you want to do it?
On to Planning Board items number 11 and number 12 is an item for Three Birds Development LLC to rezone 39 acres from AR1 to R3. The request is to postpone this item to September 6th. And those are your changes, sir.
The 9 and 10 was be postponed to when?
9 and 10 is July 19th.
July 19th.
I thought we were going to hear that tonight.
Are there anybody here for this public hearing? We won't know this till 6 o'clock, though, will we?
Correct, that's 6 o'clock.
So on the 9 and 10, which is the backwater, we had gotten a request to postpone on Friday, and the the agenda had already been published. So the any sort of postponement at this point, since the agenda's been published, is really up to the board.
I'm thinking what I may do, if the board's okay, at 6 o'clock when we go to public hearings, I'll bring those 2 items up, 9 and 10, 11 and 12, to make sure we still want to postpone. I think it depends on who's here and who's ready. You know what I'm saying? I hate to, constituents come at 6 o'clock, so we may just approve the agenda with them still on there. but then I'll entertain a motion to postpone those
When you get to those items,
or before.
6 o'clock.
At 6 o'clock.
okay.
So we can address those at 6 o'clock. If we don't want to postpone, or if we do want to postpone,
That's
we
right.
can address it then.
Because it's been advertised and we put the signs out
That's
for
my
tonight.
concern. Constituents
Yeah.
come, and I don't want to just do it.
Same for 7 and 8 too.
Well, that's a withdrawal.
I know, but people still may show up and,
Yeah, I'll just announce it
Yeah.
at 6 o'clock that those withdrawn. That's to be removed from the agenda, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and include that with the removal of the
Yeah.
correction of the agenda. And we'll but remind me, because you know how I always forget, remind me to announce to the constituents that that one's gone. That'll be good. So is that the only changes and corrections?
Yes, sir.
All right. The removal of item number 6 under the consent agenda, the removal of item number 16 under the under the regular new business, and then removal of item number 27, and then removal of 7 and 8 under the planning zoning. That's the motion I need to those
I
changes.
thought 11 and 12 was supposed to be postponed to September.
11 and 12 to
And six.
September. That's
Six.
correct.
Okay.
September 6th.
On the planning board? Yeah, but I was gonna wait and do that, take a motion on those. Because it's the same as number 9 and 10. You follow me? I think there may be some people support that wanna hear one of these, and it gives the board a chance to address those when we get to the planning at 6 o'clock.
That's
Okay.
what y'all want to do.
So you want to
I don't see
discuss
the
it, what you're
purpose.
saying? If it's,
We're gonna address the postponements when I
Okay.
start the public hearings.
we're not going to start the public hearing.
Not now, we're starting at 6 o'clock.
Right, but I'm saying if we pull these items are postponed, I would say we have the discussion on these items when they're postponed too, not tonight.
Yeah, what legally happens if the applicant, it does not show up and you still have the public hearing? Do we have to make a decision?
Well, I don't know, we can discuss it now and make a decision, but for instance, item number 9 and 10, I don't know who's gonna show up for 9 and 10.
Well, my reasoning is that the applicant requested for it to be postponed. They're not going to be here to represent themselves, so I just think that creates a sticky situation, in my opinion.
Yeah, could be, but I think they should come to the agenda meeting if it's on there, since the request is after we put our agenda out to the public on Thursday this week. So you have public that's gonna come, that's only my only concern. If it's withdrawn, it's a different story, but if it's postponed,
Right, but
I just know in the past, typically, if an applicant requests to have it postponed to a later date, we
that's
roll
when we
with
have
that
that
and
discussion. I would think
do
if we have it
that.
tonight without the applicant here, we're only hearing one side of the people. I
Sure.
mean, they can't even present their
let's do
position.
this, let's have a brief discussion now, items 9 and 10. Is there any conflict with anybody on the board, or the planning board, for postponing that to the July 19th?
Do we, my question would be is when they postponed it. You know, when did they announce that they wanted to?
Friday,
Friday?
I mean,
After
to give
that-
people enough, but do we have time to advertise that?
No, that's my point, we've already advertised
I
it.
mean, everybody shows up for these things, and then, nah, by the way, I don't want to do that, unless there's a big hardship. You know, if something happens, I can't be there.
There's a moratorium.
Yeah, I know, but
pretty
I'm
big.
talking about in general, you know, do you call us up Monday morning and say, I can't be there?
So we can get this moving, my concern is the request did not come in before the Thursday agenda went out. To me, it's fair to the constituents that we address those postponements with the constituents who show up and explain why. Is there a hardship, is there a reason? That's my reasoning.
I think that's
But
good.
in the sake of time, move this down the road. If there's no concern from the board about postponing, let's do 9 and 10 first, then we'll add that to the agenda change. Is there anybody that has any issue with postponing the items 9 and 10 to July 19th on the board?
9, 10, I do.
Okay, well, see, there's my concern. How about 11 and 12?
I don't have
All
an
right, the
issue.
rest of them.
The postponement, I don't have an issue. I mean, there's got to be a reason. I'm sure it's a moratorium. I don't
Yeah,
know that.
yeah, I mean, that makes sense on that one,
Right.
Okay,
but I see where he's going with this. I mean, you announce.
We can
you
listen, I just
advertise
don't
it,
know that we
people
need to,
take the
we
time
can't
to
vote,
show
number
up.
one, I wouldn't think. I mean, we can listen, but I think until we have both sides, it's hard for us to
yeah,
comment.
we could always postpone it after we listen.
Yep,
I'm
that's
just
fine.
concerned that, anyway, move it along. 9 and 10, I hear Commissioner Loper, you'd like to see those not postponed at this time? And we may decide as we get through discussion, we're gonna postpone it, but you'd like to not postpone it at this point,
Yeah,
have it for discussion. All right,
have it, when it comes up on the planning board, we need to hear it.
all right, I'm gonna suggest we leave that on the agenda. The changes do not include that. If there's no opposition from the board of postponing items 11 and 12, to your concern there, then I'm okay with putting that as part of the agenda change to postpone that to September 6, 22.
Yeah, that makes more sense for
Okay.
that one.
All right, is everybody clear?
So 9 and 10, we're gonna have discussion and a possible vote?
Well, good. I mean, I don't know. You'll decide that when you get a chance to decide that.
Okay.
But we had a commission that would like for it to stay on the agenda, and so I want to honor that. Okay? You can also have a discussion and postpone it to give more time for public hearing.
That's fine.
We want to be fair to our constituents who may show up tonight. So the changes will include withdrawal of 7 and 8, and postponement of 11 and 12 under the planning board to September 6, 22. There'll be no other changes to the agenda than ones I mentioned in those two items. Is that clear?
Don't forget the new business items, so you're good with the removal of the new
Yeah.
business? And
All those that they're good with,
Okay.
on things the planning board. All right. Do I need to go back through, or are we good?
Good.
If everybody's good, I just want to say so move.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to accept the agenda with the changes as the clerk laid out and as I recommended. Okay, all in favor say aye. Any opposed, no?
Nay.
Okay. All right, Mr. Loach voting no, everybody else is voting yes. Okay. Minutes, any corrections or additions to the minutes as presented? All right, having none, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Loper to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right, that was easy, getting our agenda together. Welcome to everybody tonight who's here for this meeting. We appreciate your participation. Comments tonight should be on the agenda items only. We have a large agenda. Keep your comments to maybe 2 or 3 minutes so that everybody who wants to speak to a subject will have an opportunity to speak to it. That'll be really helpful. And when you come to the microphone, or if you speak, come to the microphone first. State your name clearly for the record, because our clerk is trying to record that, and then you can share what you would like to share at that time. All the correspondence for this meeting is located on our website or our clerk's office, and so you've had a chance, hopefully, to review that and are ready to make comments at appropriate times. And with that, we'll go through our consent agenda. We have one item removed. Item number 6 has been removed. So we'll start with number 1, consideration to approve renewal of an agreement for lodging excise tax distribution with Effingham County Chamber of Commerce. Item 2, consideration to approve renewal of communication tower lease agreement with the State Properties Commission for antennas / receiver space. Item number 3, consideration to approve renewal of the memorandum of understanding with the Effingham County Board of Education for the use of school as a disaster shelters. Item number 4, consideration to approve a consulting service agreement with Everson Consulting Group. Item number 5, consideration to approve a lease agreement between Effingham County Board of Commissioners and the State Properties Commission of Georgia, Department of Human Services. This is the Division of Family and Children's Services, lease number 3362. And number 7, because 6 has been removed, is consideration to approve contract 2022-08-3 with the Coastal Regional Commission for the provision of congregate home delivered meals for 2021-2022.
Make a motion to approve as read.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Loper to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
I just had one quick question. Why did the mills go down? I mean, I'm not opposed to approving that because we had a reduction in mill cost. Did we just not deliver as many as we normally do, or?
The demand. And so we get adjustments from this periodically from the CRC. And so the demands on the, I think this is the delivered meal, no, this is the congregate meals. we'll adjust those down.
I see.
Okay, old business. We have 3 items of old business. Item number 1, the planning board recommends approving an application by Gary Farrell for a variance from section 3.3 to reduce required accessory building setbacks located at 1129 Ralph Ron Road to allow for a replacement accessory structure. Zoned R1, map number 391B, parcel number 2 in the 4th district. We'll open a public hearing and hear from Ms. Teresa first.
So this was discussed at your May 3rd meeting when you tabled it so that the applicant can meet with staff to discuss drainage. The neighbors expressed concern about water sheeting off the accessory building, which is too close to the property line, which is the reason for the variance request. We met with Mr. Farrell, and he has provided photographs of both the gutters, which are on the building now, and his proposed drainage solution, which will bring the water out to the ditch, which is what was suggested at the night of the meeting. So this has been reviewed by staff, and we are recommending approval. It has also been shared with the neighbor who had the concerns.
And it has been all completed.
The work has not been completed. The gutters are on the building, but he's waiting until the final decision to proceed with the additional drainage work. So, because of course the other alternative is that you would deny this and he would have to move the building. And on that note, he did obtain estimates to remove the slab, re-pour the slab, and replace the building, and those
I
are,
understand that.
yeah,
What I'm saying, do we need to approve this before he finishes drainage to the ditch?
yes.
And it's a variance with conditions on it. He has to meet certain obligations, or he'll be out of compliance. And so, understandably, he took some of the expense, but the actual running of the ditch out to is considerable expense, so he didn't want to do that and then have it denied. So that's why we can go back and check to make sure the work has been done, to make sure he's in compliance with the variance after the fact.
Okay. Well, we told him if he did that, then we would okay it, but I just wondering, somebody will check it.
Code enforcement will
Okay.
continue to monitor.
I don't have no problem with it, it looks good.
All righty, so in a public hearing, is anyone tonight wanting to speak in favor of this variance? Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance? Sound like the parties got together and resolved it. Okay. Seeing no one coming forward for or against, we'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the variance.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Deloach to approve the variance. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Gary Farrell for a variance from section 3.3 to reduce required accessory building setbacks located at 1129 Ralph Ron Road to allow for a replacement accessory structure zoned R1, map number 391B, parcel number 2 in the 4th district. Motion to approve second reading.
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. That's good that they were able to get together and resolve that. That's great. Item number 3, consideration to approve a final plat for Savannah Gateway Industrial Hub, Area 2, located off of Mccall Road, consisting of 7 lots, map number 450F, parcel number 21 in the 2nd district.
This was presented at your May 17th meeting, and it was postponed to this meeting for research on buffers between the berm between the school and the industrial property. And there's no change to the plat, and it is being it's been resubmitted for approval.
Okay. Mr. CJ, would like to speak?
Commissioners, I think what we're trying to present here is to go ahead and subdivide the property. Prospects are coming in, we're talking to prospects, and so we want to go ahead and get parcels subdivided so that they can be allocated to individual prospects as they come along.
Please state your name.
CJ Chance, Hussey Gay Bell, representing Bro Real Estate. Sorry.
All righty.
The-
Any discussion from the board?
Yeah, we discussed the berms. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
I will. I'll be happy to. 12, 15 years ago, whenever this property was rezoned, it was rezoned to require 300-foot buffers around all perimeters and all adjacent properties. Through discussions with commissioners, we think that there may be a preference to have berms, and we are more than willing to discuss putting in berms within that 300-foot buffer as development occurs. This is similar to what happened at Savannah Portside in South Effingham. As the property develops, the berm will be built, so we're happy to do that. That is conditioned upon considering that the school remains in place. Blandford Elementary School remains in place, so.
That would be great. I really appreciate you guys working with me on that and keeping that school safe. It goes a long way. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Okay. You have a laptop in there?
There was a lot of discussion last time. Any other discussion tonight? Alternative one is to approve. Do I have a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you, Commission.
Thank you. Moving to new business. Item number one under new business, consideration to approve the first reading of the fiscal year 22-23 budget ordinance. Or as it says here, the budget ordinance.
Mr. Chairman,
Uh-huh.
if we can, we did have a request from Mr. Pannell. New business, item number 17, that's the bond resolution. He has another engagement. If we can discuss that item first.
Absolutely, because we
Thank
don't want
you.
to keep bond attorneys waiting, man. They expensive. So we're going to go to item number 17. We'll come back to item number one. Consideration to approve a bond resolution of number 22-28 in the amount of $14,679,000 primary principal for the countywide projects approved by the SPLOST referendum passed November 21.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Barnes, Finance Director. Staff is recommending approval of the resolution for a general obligation sales tax bond for countywide projects approved from the November 2021 SPLOST referendum for the principal amount of $14,679,000. The interest rate is 2.55% with the final payment due on June 1, 2028. The November 2021 SPLOST referendum and the city's IGA were both constructed with this type of bond in mind. And the bond bidding did take place in May with Regions Bank out of Alabama offering the lowest rate. This resolution is to use Regions to issue the bond. There were some minor changes to the resolution, so the copy in the original agenda packet is outdated and the final revision has been provided. This bond is designed to coincide with the duration of the new SPLOST that's going to start July 1. And in the packet, we have the bond details and the list of the bids that were received. And also, Mr. John Pennell and Mr. Stephen Swinson from our bond counsel, Gray, Pennell, and Woodward, are here tonight for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions. I think y'all should be very excited. I think it's a very good interest rate, 2.55%, especially in the current interest rate climate with everything going up. One thing the finance director did not mention, the bond does go out until June 1 of 2028, but it can be prepaid beginning June 1 of 2025. So in the event y'all collected SPLOST quicker than you anticipated and wanted to go ahead and pay off the bond, you've got that ability to do so beginning in 2025. Assuming y'all approve this tonight, the bond is scheduled to be closed next Thursday on the 16th. So at that time, you'll have the funds in your account and can start spending them down on those SPLOST projects. So happy to answer any other questions you have, and also appreciate you moving me up on the agenda. My wife will be very pleased.
Do I have to be available on the 16th?
We were just talking with the county attorney and the county clerk. If you're available this Friday, we may want to get your signatures this Friday if you're
I'm planning on
available.
not being here on the 16th. That'd be great.
All right, we'll plan on this week then.
Yeah, Friday would be great. Thank you. Okay. That was an important question. Appreciate all you do with helping us with the bonds and the funding, gets these projects done.
Yes, sir. We
for our
appreciate
local
being hired. Thank you.
county. Yeah, thank you. Any questions or discussion? This will be alternative one if you want to approve it.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Loper to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you so much. We'll go back to item number one under new business. And this is our 22-23 budget. This is a public hearing, so we'll listen to Mark take us through it. And if there's some comments from any in the public, we'll take some time to listen to your thoughts. Okay?
Good afternoon, Mark Barnes again, Finance Director. Tonight is the first reading of the draft fiscal year 2023 budget, and I do want to emphasize that this is just the first reading and the public hearing. So going right into it, this is some of the financial context that the budget was constructed around this year. We had strong digest growth, particularly in new industrial construction, and strong performance in sales tax has been observed for some time now. The new SPLOST starts in fiscal year 2023, and we expect the second tranche of the ARPA funds to arrive any day now. And that's going to be approximately $6.2 million, which is in this draft budget. There are some challenges right now. Inflation has affected our planning, particularly with supplies such as vehicle fuel and facility utilities. Supply chain related issues have delayed capital projects from prior years and pushed some of them into fiscal year 2023, and they've caused issues with project pricing above and beyond the inflation that we are already seeing. Additionally, the local financial conditions remain pretty strong, but overall there is some economic uncertainty on the horizon. So going right into the general fund, the general fund is the main source of day-to-day service delivery for the county. The sheriff's office, EMS, courts, the elections are all funded out of the general fund. This year, the draft budget has an overall increase of approximately $4.3 million. This includes the proposed $4 million capital contribution to the JDA project. The general fund budget is balanced by using a proposed $2.3 million of fund balance, which is pretty low considering the $4 million one-time capital contribution in it. And that kind of gives you an idea of just how strong the revenue growth has been and is expected to be. The budget was constructed with a rollback rate, a preliminary rollback rate of 6.860 for the county M&O compared to last year's 7.337. And I do want to stress that that is a preliminary rate that was calculated for the budget based on preliminary tax digest. At the very bottom, we see 6.8% overall increase in non-capital costs, and that includes all proposed changes to personnel, services, supplies across all departments and all elected officials that are funded by the general fund. Going into general fund personnel, this is a summary of all the proposed changes for personnel. The salary study implementation was split across 2 years, and this draft contains the second half of that. There's also a proposed one-time disbursement of up to 5% of employees' annual salaries based on what increase they receive from the salary study, if any. The general fund's headcount is proposed to increase by 5 overall, with 11 additions and 6 subtractions from the payroll. The 6 subtractions were related to the move to a contract for the UGA Extension Office. And the largest single addition in here are 4 full-time paramedics for a new EMS ambulance. And this draft also includes a full-time public information officer. This slide shows the details for the general fund. These are all the constitutional officers, elected officials, and the normal departments in the general fund. Keep in mind that you'll see in one column is the last year's adopted budget, fiscal year 2022, and then you'll see fiscal year 2023, that's this proposed draft. And then the final far right 2 columns show you the changes. And some, like the sheriff's office, appear to have decreased. However, a large part of that is because of the one-time vehicle purchases that were budgeted in fiscal year 22. And also in this, you'll see the JDA contribution that's down there in Department 51, other agencies. Going on to special funds include all the departments like fire and rescue, E911, public works, recreation, development services, and the vast majority of the county's capital projects are in the special funds. For fiscal year '23, the budget is proposed at $136 million, and
Mark,
this number.
I'm sorry, the 44 million, that includes, and back to the general fund, that includes capital and operating, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Including the Joint Development Authority project, yes.
I'm sorry.
So this number 136, that also includes all of the current ongoing projects, all of the road projects, the water projects, and parks renovations and all that stuff are included in there. It also includes $11 million worth of American Rescue Plan Act funds, which that's the rollover from our existing ARPA funds and the new 6.2 we're expected to receive any day now. And it also includes $14.7 million in the proposed countywide SPLOST bond projects, which was the bond that was just approved, and $7 million in non-bond new SPLOST projects. The prior SPLOST that was started in 2017 has approximately $12 million worth of projects in there. The majority of the projects in fiscal year 2023 special funds are due to the new capital projects, with the non-capital operating expenses increasing by 4.5%. And that 4.5% includes all proposed personnel changes. We do have fund balance proposed to be spent from the special funds, including $1.5 million from the fire fund for the new fire stations, and bond proceeds that will be sitting in fund balance when the fiscal year starts on July 1. On the personnel side, just like the general fund, the second half of the salary study is proposed to be implemented, along with the up to 5% one-time disbursement program. The largest change here in special funds, and really the largest single change in personnel across the county, is the 15 new firefighters that are proposed for the 2 new fire stations that are planned to open up this year. And 4 of the other new positions have been added in the middle of the year, and those are listed down there at the bottom, with a net headcount increase of 20 across the special funds. And here, these are some of the special fund details. And here, these are where the capital items can make some really big swings from year to year. The 2 items that really stand out the most here in the special funds are the SPLOST 2021 fund, which is new, and that's the SPLOST that's going to start July 1, and the American Rescue Plan Act fund. In prior years, the American Rescue Plan Act projects were rolled into other departments, but per guidance from the federal government and the state government, in this budget, those ARPA funds are rolled into their own department and their own fund, and that number does include the new 6.2 million second tranche that we expect. Going into capital specifically across all the funds, $102 million was requested with $80 million proposed, and that $80 million includes all of the currently existing projects that are underway, the water projects, the T-SPLOST road projects, the fire stations that are being built, and all of those. There are 44 vehicles proposed. 39 of those are carried forward from fiscal year '22 and were already approved, but because of the supply chain delays that we've had, they're not going to arrive in this fiscal year, so we've requested to roll that forward into fiscal year '23. This capital figure does include the projects that are going to be built based on the $14.7 million SPLOST bond that was just approved. The projects includes the $12 million in projects from the prior 2017 SPLOST. And for more detail on those projects, if you look on page 12 of the hard copy of the budget, there is a detailed listing of all the proposed and requested capital projects. And just real quickly, some miscellaneous items that didn't quite fit anywhere else. All of the agency budgets are in here. That includes the district attorney's office, their requests, public defenders, and the library system. All of that is in this draft. And just to reiterate, the millage is set at a later date after budget adoption. So this draft was constructed with a preliminary rollback rate based on preliminary digests. And the indigent medical millage, which is sometimes called the hospital millage, is projected to also cover the COVID critical need payment that was made back in the fall. And finally, just as a reminder, the schedule of fees is going to be brought before the board at a future meeting. That's for the annual sanitation fee, the fire fee, that needs to be set.
Okay.
That is the wrap-up on that, and now any questions or comments?
Okay. I'll see if there's any questions or comments from the board first.
If I may, I just want to thank Mark and his team for the hard work on this. Normally, we have a little bit more comfort between the audit and the budget. We had to do them both, wrap up the audit and do the budget simultaneously. I can tell you by the times in the day and morning and on weekends that I'd get emails from Mark that he was burning the candles on both ends to get this done. In between now and the second meeting, we are open to sit down and further discuss this. I know we normally try and squeeze that in before, but it was just a little tight schedule this year because of the audit. So wanted to give kudos to his team.
Yeah, I'd like to I'd like to echo that as well. I know Commissioner Burdette has made the comment before that we don't compliment our staff enough, but I've talked with some department heads and some constitutional officers who said that this round of budgeting was really transparent. It was very easy. Mark was good, gave them the information they needed, and was a big help. So appreciate everything you did.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks to all the staff and that worked on this. I know y'all been working, every time I go by the office, y'all had different ones in there and going at it, so that's good. How about from the public? If you had a chance to look online and look at the budget, you got any questions or comments or thoughts that you'd like to ask the board? Or
We do have the one question from Zoom, and this is from Mr. Matthew. I can't see his, Mr. Matthew Spaccarelli, I believe is how you pronounce that. And he does say, does the sheriff's budget include $250,000 they have received from the school cameras? Those funding does not come to the Board of Commissioners. That funding does stay with the sheriff's office, so that is not reflected in these numbers.
But there are some restrictions on those funds, and you might want to address that. And we're actually, I have a meeting tomorrow with the sheriff and with the school board to look at some possibilities, so.
It's and I can say I've had a meeting with the county attorney on this just to go over a few items on how it's structured. It's just the way that the state law is structured on this. And so the agreement was between the sheriff's office and the school district. The funds go directly to the sheriff's office, and while they may not be accounted for in the budgeting process, they are accounted for as an agency fund in the annual audit. But they are restricted. They can only be used for, I think, public safety or public safety with regards to education. But they are. We will be able to. The public will be able to see how they're spent via the audit as well.
Okay. We are in a fast-growing county, and I'm impressed that our budget did not increase more than it. I mean, the inflation rate is 8-point-something%, and our operating costs are. I'm not sure how you would. I'm going to dig a little deeper between now and the second reading how we
I'll tell you
beat
what.
the inflation.
Yeah, one of the things that you look on there that I think really helped us this year on the expense side is the healthcare. The board made the decision to move to self-funded, and we've had one of the lowest increases that we've had year over year in healthcare costs at 3%. So that really did allow us, to accomplish more things with the funds that we had.
Are we able to quantify the fleet vehicles, how that's helping us?
Yeah, it's. I can tell you, we've lucked out on the vehicles, and I can tell you this by talking to some of my some other county managers that we speak to. is we managed to put the order in for the vehicles at kind of a perfect time, whereas we've locked in the prices, we just haven't been able to get the deliveries of them. But we've been able to get deliveries of substantial amount of vehicles compared to other entities out there. Nearly all the vehicles that we ordered for the Sheriff's Department have either been received or they will be received before the end of the fiscal year. They're worth, I think, about 30 some odd vehicles that we expect to get in the next, 5 or 6 months, but not till July 1st. But some of those are locked in at prices from over a year ago. So we are a lot of appreciation from some of the employees that were driving vehicles that predated my son's birth in 2005. So, but that program has been going very well.
I was going to add on to that, with the supply chain issues, not only were we able to keep our cost in line, we're actually able to get cars, where a lot of people can't get anything, still be on old vehicles. It's a good program.
All righty. If no other comments, I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll move, okay.
We finally got him set up. He has his video on now.
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, the gentleman who wanted to speak on Zoom. He has his video
Someone
up.
wanted to speak on Zoom.
Okay.
Can't hear.
He said turn it up.
If we can't get it through, you can submit the questions through.
Yeah, just have them submit the question.
It's regarding, it's the same gentleman who asked the previous question on,
Oh, that's the chair.
We can't delay.
yeah, we can. And
He can type, you got additional questions.
this is first reading. If they want to come in for second reading to discuss, we can.
Yeah. If
That'll
you can
be
hear us, this is the first reading. If you want to come in and discuss or send your comments or questions in before we do the second reading, that'll be great, or during the second reading, be fine. Okay? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we're going to move to item number 2 under new business. Consideration to approve Amendment 1 to the professional service agreement with Effingham County Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening, Allison Bruton, purchasing agent.
Could I ask you a couple questions before you get started?
Sure.
Years ago, we used to give money to the Historic Society and Museum. Over the past years, we haven't been doing it. But if you look back, I think the hotel motel tax, when it was established for Effingham County, it was supposed to give part of the money to the museum. And I don't think, and they was to promote tourism. And they don't get any help from anybody. I mean, is there any way that we can give those people, they don't have anybody to work because they don't pay anybody. And it's a good thing for Effingham County.
I'm not familiar with it, but I can definitely go back through the agreement and see if that was in there and get with finance and see what needs to happen. I'm just not aware of that.
Yeah, currently, right now, we have an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce, and they do receive 80% of that fee each month, and we could potentially maybe look at that agreement and maybe change it.
I know, but we've been giving them $4,500, but we're giving them extra money. And I think some of this should go to the Historic Society of Effingham County.
Right.
I believe the way that's structured, that we could fund the chamber, and the chamber could fund some to that, because it covers tourism. Probably easy to do that way, as opposed to a municipality doing it.
The
You could fund the chamber, and chamber could fund them.
purpose of this was for the tourism
Yes,
for
sir.
Effingham County to start with.
Right.
And somewhere we lost all that, and now they don't get anything for it.
So this particular agreement is actually separate from the hotel motel tax agreement, which was on consent. So this one, I don't know, would pertain to that, but
Hotel motel tax.
right, that's a separate agreement from this one, but I'd be more than happy to look into that and find out what I can. I
I
just
know
not.
at one time, and I don't know if that's the case now, that, that it had to be a 501c3, and maybe some of those are 501c3 now, I don't know. But I know that was an issue at one time.
But it sounds like that would be a discussion we need to have related to the tax, how we're gonna distribute that. Because we do control, ours is a little different on motel.
Yeah, and I can, let me do a little research on it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much the hotel, this is the other agreement, this is a services agreement that we have with the chamber every year. But I'm assuming that the hotel motel number probably has gone up simply because of the Airbnb automatic collection change of law by the state. So there might be a little bit of extra funds in there, but I can do that research.
Yeah,
I can
so
find out
We
for
did
you.
have some extensive discussion on that after I came on the commission. I remember us talking about that, Mr. Loper. And I don't remember why they didn't get a portion of the hotel motel tax. But that's a different agreement. Let them do the research and let's come back and look at that one.
I think the last time we discussed this was like literally almost 3 years ago, because I remember it was my first meeting.
Yeah.
So I will let me do a little research on it, and then I'll try and set up a meeting with you if that works out.
I can
Mr.
help
Roper.
clarify a little bit. We submitted a proposed budget with, when we were asked about renewing the agreement, the tourism tax agreement. And we did see tourism tax increase. We had budgeted this past year for 12,000. We saw it come in about 18,000.
Okay.
So there was a strong increase in that. And because of that, instead of just doing more advertising in Pooler and Savannah, we added money into the proposed budget for special events. And some of that would be allocated to, for example, Old Effingham Day, which is a fundraiser for the Historical Society, but it also brings people into the community, and which is the goal of those tourism funds. So we did sort of address that growth, but this, of course, is a separate agreement. And it's really based on the need to address the increased costs that we face to provide the services to businesses in the county.
Yep. Okay. Any other question, discussion?
State your name for
Oh, I'm sorry. Andy Cripps with the Effingham County Chamber of Commerce.
And I think we can read the executive background. I'm going to cut to the chase on this one so we can save some time, if that's okay. Any other questions, discussion from the board? Do you have a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Floyd to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 3, consideration to approve Amendment 1 for the agreement with the City of Pooler for the use of inmate work detail.
Yes, sir. So based off conversations from the previous meeting, we did revisit the salary for those positions. And you'll notice Amendment 1 does reflect an increase from $75,000 to $80,000.
Okay. And I might say for the next few items we're going to do, we've got some increases related to that.
Yes, sir.
With the cities, we're not passing on the cost of the inmates because that's a countywide.
Correct.
So-
There's also a credit towards the salaries for each city based on the
And
service
they're
delivery.
getting their credits.
Yes, sir.
So as we go through these next 2 or 3 items, unless you have a question, I'm not going to have her relay all the executive summary unless you need it or have a question to save us some time. So do you have a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion to approve alternative number 1. Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second by
Second.
Mr. Kiefer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And then consideration to approve the amendment number 1 for agreement with the City of Rincon for the use of inmate work detail. This will be alternative 1.
So move.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Then item number 5, consideration to approve Amendment 1 to the agreement with the City of Guyton for
Make a
the
motion
use.
to approve?
Oh, who's that, Mr. Loper?
Yeah.
Second.
Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And then last, consideration to approve Amendment number 1 to agree with, to the agreement with the City of Springfield to use inmate work detail.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second by Mr. Deloach. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Took care of those quickly for you, Allison.
One more.
Those were easy.
There is one more. This one's free, though. Consideration to approve an agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation for the inmate work detail to perform work on public work projects for fiscal year. This is item number 7.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 8, consideration to approve a quote from Play South for playground equipment for Mccall Road Park.
Yes, sir. So Play South did provide a quote. This playground equipment is for their nucleus play structure, swings, force spinner, and some other items. It also includes a poured-in-place rubber surfing with a 8-foot fall height. The total cost for the equipment and the installation is $200,000, which does include a $28,759 discount. Staff's recommending alternative 1.
This better be like Universal Studios.
It looks amazing.
I might also add that we're getting $100,000 of donation that's on the agenda tonight as well, so that will pay for half of this tonight.
Outstanding. And I know you worked real hard to see this happen,
Yes,
so
sir.
you might want to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion, Mr. Burdette, second, Mr. Deloach, to approve. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 9, consideration of an amendment to the food service agreement between Effingham County and Summit Food Services.
Yes, sir. So we do have an agreement in place currently with Summit Food Services that provides meals for the prison and the senior center. They have requested that the current rates for meals be adjusted to updated rates listed in your packet. Beginning July 1, 22 through June 30, 23. This increase is due to the overall inflation increase.
Motion for alternative 1.
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 10, consideration to approve a professional service agreement with Snyder Geospatial LLC for Effingham County Tax Assessors Office.
Yes, sir. So this program, there's 2 add-on features which will help the tax assessor's office to get better feedback from the citizens of Effingham County. One being a public comment card, and the second being a sales questionnaire form. And Mr. Groover is here if you have any additional questions.
I think it's good. We talked about that before. We had some conflict. People didn't know what was, that's great. They're doing that. Any questions, discussion from the board, or have a motion for alternative 1?
Make a motion for alternative 1.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Burdette for alternative 1. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 11, consideration to approve quote OG-0003699 and proposal for OpenGov for a procurement management system.
Yes, sir. So this will help streamline the entire procurement process from the department head initiating the request through the actual award. There's a full proposal in your packets. It's a lot of information to go over. But there is an annual fee, which is $17,497, which is a 5% increase every year. And then there's an additional one-time fee up to $19,000 for training and implementation. They did bring that down from their initial quote. So I can answer any questions anybody
So
has.
this is gonna make your job so easy. We can take a reduction in
easier.
salary.
Yes, sir.
It's,
I heard you
It'll
say
keep you
yes.
from hiring another person.
No, I know we have so much going on. This
All the
is
extra stuff that gets piled on and,
in a
And-
one-person office.
yes, sir.
eventually, the goal
Plus
is to
the
replace procurement staff with robots, so this is the first step in that.
All right, I didn't hear what you said, I'm sorry.
I said, well, hopefully this will definitely help with timing.
Yes, yes. I
Yes, it
think
will.
so.
We've had a lot of issues where we'll email back and forth between department heads, myself, engineers on projects and things, and I'll get an email back that's like, I don't know where we are with this, and we got to go back through emails, or we'll email multiple copies of an RFP. It's like, wait, which one are we working from? So this also has unlimited users, so you guys can have like access as well. You can see where we're at with things. It'll leave notes as to who did what last. There's a master calendar. It really is a one-stop shop.
Excel schedules just will not handle what
No,
the county's dealing with.
you can
right
only do
now.
so much with Outlook calendars.
Have a motion for alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Deloach for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you, sirs.
Thank you. Item number 12, consideration to approve to accept a donation from Mr. Keith Sapp for Mccall Park improvements.
Good afternoon, Mark Barnes, Finance Director again. Staff is requesting approval to accept a donation from Mr. Keith Sapp for the McCall Park improvements. Mr. Keith Sapp's made a very generous donation to the county to be used for the ball field at the ongoing improvements at McCall Park. The donation is in the amount of $100,000, and given the amount, the financial policies require it come to the board for approval. Staff recommends alternative number one, approve to accept the donation.
Mr. Sapp here tonight?
I was gonna ask that.
He's not.
He's a humble man, too.
He's such a good man.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add on this, I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Sapp, and it was arranged by our former Recreation Department head, Clarence Morgan. And I know Mr. Sapp on this types of issues gets very emotional because he's doing this on behalf of his son. And his son, who had tragically passed away in an accident, and his son used to spend hours upon hours hitting baseballs and the two of them together at this park, and it just meant a lot to him. He offered to make the donation, and we agreed that we would enhance the park, not use it to offset the cost of the park. So a lot of the stepped-up features that are in this park will have are the direct result of this. So we appreciate. We're going to try and get him to the grand opening, but I can't guarantee that just because of the emotion involved.
I did speak
We
with
should
him.
have some
He
type of
and his
plaque
wife.
or something to recognize
Yeah,
him there
that's a
too,
great
I think.
idea.
Yeah, we'll come back with the staff recommendation about a plaque and something to put out there and mark it. Be great.
That'd be awesome.
So Mr. Sapp and his wife Lori will be present at the groundbreaking on Friday.
Outstanding.
Be an honor.
I'm sorry,
We're-
ribbon cutting.
Huh?
Ribbon cutting. on
Ribbon
Friday.
cutting, yeah.
Mhm.
We're very appreciative. This is great. Do I have a motion for alternative one?
Add something real quick. I can't take much credit for that because the staff is really, I mean, I pushed for it hard because everybody deserved it in our district. We needed it badly, but our staff just, once you guys got a hold of it, you took off with it, and I appreciate everything. It's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes, and just want to say thank you.
And to Mr. Morgan as well.
Yes,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
All right, do I have a motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Burdette, second Mr. Kiefer for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And we are at the 6 o'clock hour. Is there any new business that anyone's here tonight that I need to address so you don't have to sit through public hearings for the next hour and a half? Any new business that was on here? Okay, we're gonna go into our public hearings for people who are here for we're gonna go to our public hearings now, okay? We'll come back and finish our new business at the end of our public hearings. All right, item number one in the planning board public hearings is the planning board recommends approving an application by Stanley Redding III as agent for Paula M. Redding to rezone 2.9 acres located at 109 Redding Drive from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of two home sites, map number 302, parcel number 5 in the first district. Open a public hearing and hear from Ms. Teresa, our zoning.
This parcel is AR1. 2.9 acres is zoned AR1. They wish to split it with this subdivision plat. In order for staff to sign it, it must be rezoned to AR2. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, let me pull my file up here right quick. Give me 1 second. All right, anyone tonight speaking in favor of this rezoning?
In favor?
Yeah, in favor.
Yes.
Okay,
It's
My mother owns the property. There's currently 2 houses on it, which I've lived in one of them for the last 18 years, I believe, so she's just wanting to deed over the other part of it and put it in my name.
Absolutely. Anyone speaking in opposition?
State your name, please, sir.
State your name for the record.
Stanley Redding.
Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this rezoning request? Seeing no one speaking in opposition, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions or a motion from the board?
Make a motion, we approve with planning board and staff recommendations.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second Mr. Burdette, to approve planning board and staff recommendations. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We'll have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Stanley Redding III as agent for Paula M. Redding to rezone 2.9 acres located at 109 Redding Drive from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the creation of 2 home sites, map number 302, parcel number 5 in the 1st district. Motion?
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Kiefer to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 3 under public hearings, the planning board recommends approving an application by Lonnie and Candace Bott for a variance located at 300 Early Street Extension to allow for an RV camper to be used as a temporary dwelling during the construction of a residence zone AR1. This is map number 388, parcel number 15 in the 4th district.
So this variance is so that this home, it can finish construction. The bots wish to remain on site in the camper. You see they're already there. The building permits have been pulled, inspections are underway, and we expect this to be completed within the year. They're asking for a 1-year variance just to ensure that all supplies can get here and the project can be completed. Staff are recommending approval.
Okay. Anyone tonight speaking in favor of this variance? You don't have to speak unless there's some opposition, but I'll give you the opportunity if you'd like. Anyone tonight speaking in opposition to this variance request? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Floyd to approve the variance. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Have the second reading, consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Lonnie and Candace Bott for a variance located at 300 Early Street Extension to allow for an RV camper to be used as a temporary dwelling during the construction of a residence zone AR1, map number 388, parcel number 15 in the 4th district. Motion?
Make a motion to approve second reading.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Loper, second by Mr. Floyd to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Who made the motion for item number 3, the first one?
Reggie,
I second
Mr.
it.
Loper.
Okay,
I think you said
put-
me.
I don't know why, I put Deloach down for that, that's what I thought it was Mr. Loper. Huh?
Loper and Kiefer.
Loper Floyd is what I have.
I have
We both
Loper
said
and
at
Floyd
the
as
same
well.
time.
I have. Just
Loper
pick
and
one.
Floyd on item number 3, and
Then
Loper
okay.
and Floyd on item number 4.
Guys are
what I
getting
got.
aggressive.
Hmm?
Guys are getting aggressive.
You're getting aggressive, yeah. But I wrote down a D, that's why I wasn't sure. I thought, I don't remember Mr. Deloach making that motion. All right, item number 5. Under Planning Board Public Hearings, the Planning Board recommends approving an application by Eric and Kristen Remy to rezone 10.75 acres located at 136 Bunyan Kessler Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for separation of a home site, map number 463, parcel number 49 in the 5th district.
The Remis wish to rezone the entire parcel. Their current plan is to subdivide a 1-acre parcel, but they do want to rezone the entire 10.75 acreage to AR2 in case of future subdivisions for home sites.
Okay,
Staff are recommending alternative 1.
okay. Opening a public hearing, anyone speaking in favor of this rezoning? You don't have to speak unless there's opposition, but if you'd like to speak, you're welcome to. All right, we'll see if there's any opposition first. How about that? Any opposition to this rezoning request? Any opposition from the AR1 to AR2? Seeing none, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to, approve with planning board and staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Loper to approve planning board and staff recommendation, which is alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We'll do the second reading for you. Consideration to approve the second reading of an application by Eric and Kristen Remy, am I pronouncing that right? Okay. To rezone 10.75 acres located at 136 Bunyan Kessler Road from AR1 to AR2 to allow for the separation of a home site, map number 463, parcel number 49, in the 5th District.
Make a motion to approve the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second by Mr. Loper to approve the second reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. So you got it. Withdrawn is item number 7 and 8. So I'm gonna go to item number 9 and 10. And there was a request to postpone this item. So does the board want to make a motion to postpone this? I know there's one commissioner that said not to postpone it. But,
I would not be comfortable hearing it under the circumstances.
would not be comfortable hearing.
I wouldn't be comfortable opening a public hearing.
I'm in agreement.
Okay, well, I just need a motion to, are you here, who's here for number 9 and 10 tonight?
When was the postponement?
What was the postponement request to?
Friday afternoon.
What was the reason?
To June?
They said they wanted to sit down and talk to staff.
Well, no, I mean, is it the next meeting?
When is it? I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
when, which meeting? Next
It's,
commissioner meeting?
July
July
19th.
July
It's-
19th.
July 19th,
It's
okay.
a month away, month and a half
I
away.
had that wrote down.
That's my concern. I didn't know if we should listen to the folks who are here. And then,
And that's kind of my problem with it. I mean, I just want to honor the people that showed up tonight. How do we do that in a respectable way if somebody just says, hey, by the way, I'm not going to show up for this, cancel? I mean, if something's happened to that person and they can't show up and they're trying to get something approved, I can understand that. But if they're just doing it because I want to wait a little while and then everybody else is showing up to speak, there's no repercussions from that. How do you?
Well, I mean, but it's just a postponement. He's not taking it off. I mean, we're notifying that they want to discuss it, but.
But it's so late in the game, everybody's
We
here.
can listen, but I mean, I think they still would need to come back July 19th.
I agree, but I mean,
Because it's going to be what we hear tonight.
there should
well,
be some
which,
kind of
which is,
penalty.
which is a good point. If they gotta come back anyway to make sure they hear the applicant's request, it's gonna be a comeback anyway.
It'll be the
We're
same,
trying to
hear the
put
same
those-
material.
The reason I wanted to go forward with it, they have met with county officials over and over and over. They've met with zoning people 5 or 6 times. Tim has met with him 3 or 4 times, and he can't get nothing right. He can't do anything that he wants to do.
That's right.
So we decided we would just go ahead and
And I just
get
want to
through
find,
with it. I mean, you can't get water, you can't get sewer,
I want to find a way to respect people's time
you
as well.
can't get anything done.
Mr. Loach, you got a thought?
Yes, I do, Mr. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Where I'm at with this is I know this is a hot topic. It's been a lot of buzz on the street about it for a while. But what I have a concern with is this is the 8th year I've been on the board, and I've never seen us not request a postponement
Or grant
or grant of a postponement. And that's just what I have an issue with, and it definitely makes me nervous. I understand it was a last-minute request, but still it was a request, but I've never noticed us not granting that request.
And I would agree with that. We need to be consistent, but is
I
there
mean, I do want to be respectful of people's time also, and if you're talking about, which I couldn't get clarified earlier, if you're talking about hearing the people tonight that have shown up, but not casting a vote, then I would feel okay with that, but it makes me nervous if we're going to hear someone speak and then we make a decision. I just don't feel comfortable with that.
Stephanie, don't we typically allow an applicant to have one postponement?
Yes, sir. Your rules of procedure states that the applicant can postpone once and the board can postpone once.
Is there a timetable of that and when they can postpone it?
There is no timetable noted.
Well, that kind of gets back to, I probably should listen to you earlier then. If the applicant actually can put in one, I didn't know there was a policy or process or procedure or ordinance that approves one postponement that we can't deny, is what you're saying?
Well, I mean, it's written in there under the tabling section of your policy that it's allowed. The applicant can postpone once and you can postpone once.
Okay.
For a total of 2 times.
Okay.
I mean, I don't like it that they postponed at the last second, but I still think they have the right that they can still request. I mean, I don't think it looks good.
Okay.
I don't agree with it, but
I'm with you.
I think
I'm
we
with
need to grant it.
I think I'm on the right page with it now. So they've got the one request. If they came back with another request, hopefully this board would deny a second postponement if they get constituents out here twice and didn't show up. Then we just
That makes sense.
draw the line. So I'm gonna go ahead and entertain a motion to postpone this since the applicant requested that. For those who are here for this, it'll be heard on July 19th. We could open a public hearing tonight, but the problem with that is we might not remember everything you say between now and July 19th. And I'd like you to be back here when the person who's making the application, so that you can help us understand the pros and cons of what I know you want to be here again anyway. So I'm going to entertain a motion to postpone items number 9 and 10 to July 19th.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Loper to postpone items 9 and 10 to July 19th. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes. So for clarity, we're going to postpone the public hearing on 9 and 10, the Blackwater Expedition, to July 19th, okay? Yep, and if they put in for another postponement, they can't legally do that, and the board may decide to go ahead and hear it, so I'm pretty sure we'll hear it. Okay, they've got their one time with the Board of Commission, and so July 19th, we will hear this. Okay?
So this will stay in the planning board agenda for that meeting?
I was gonna ask, that's your call. It's.
Because sometimes it rolls to old business.
Old business, but that's your call.
I
would think because it's a contentious item that you may wanna leave it at old business because that's gonna keep it at the top of the agenda.
Move it to old business.
Yes, sir.
Move it to old business.
So it will be at 5 o'clock.
I don't have no
Right.
problem.
It'll be at the very beginning at 5 o'clock. Yes, ma'am.
Old business file.
Old business. And that'll
Yes.
allow you not have to wait around so long. We'll do it the very first thing, okay?
As I understand what you're saying, he can postpone it one time, but he will not be able to postpone it again and use a ploy. If I postpone this thing often enough and long enough, people will quit showing up.
If he don't show up, if he doesn't show up the 19th, that's all, that's it.
I would recommend as the chairman that it be denied if he's not gonna show up and defend his right, okay?
But we would move forward with the public hearing at that time. There, it couldn't stop again.
The only thing about the old business at 5 o'clock, some people may be working and they can't get here or something like that. I mean, that's not really fair to
Yeah,
them.
why don't we leave it at 6,
Leave it
just the
at
first
6
item?
And just make it the first item.
You could do that, or you could put it at old business in its proper place, and if need be, you can just skip over it and go back. But it's your call.
Just somewhere where everybody can show up that wants to show up.
If it's
This
our
isn't
call,
Reggie's district. Let's get him
Yeah.
some,
What
what
do you
do you wanna
think,
do, Reggie?
It doesn't matter to me, I'm at.
let's put it on the first item on 6 o'clock, 'cause we gotta move on, we got a lot of business, okay? 6 o'clock.
All right, that sounds good.
That'll make it easier for you, everybody to be here is work and get off at 5, you can be here at 6.
Right.
We'll
Make
put
it
it
the
as the
first
very
item.
first item.
We'll make it first item, so you won't be around very long, okay? 6 o'clock, yep.
Right now.
We're just trying to make,
But if you wanna come to
Trying to
5
make
and hear all this
concession,
other stuff,
you
you're
know,
welcome.
for people trying to be
we're
here.
just trying to make it convenient for you.
Some people can't get off in time to be here.
Carry on this. Fair every week.
Okay, muddy the waters a little bit more. So the 19th is not a typical zoning night, so there will not be a 6 o'clock session. So
That's a very
it'll
good
have to
point.
be on the agenda at 5. Zoning are on the first Tuesday.
The July 5th meeting was canceled?
Oh, so everything will be on the 19th, that's
Yeah, it
true,
will
that's
be.
right.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
It'll be a
I
com-
bet
combo
the
meeting.
attorney gave you that
July
information.
19th at 6 o'clock. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Stephanie.
No, it's gonna be at 6 o'clock on the 19th. And we're gonna advertise that again, so
No, ma'am, it will be in the planning board
It's
sec,
rezoning.
6 o'clock.
but you'll be the first item in the planning board section at 6 o'clock.
And I don't know if the person that left a note in our door is here, but I want to thank you for doing that, because had you not put it there, we'd have never known about this, because we live a couple of houses before you get
Okay,
signed.
all right.
So thank you, whoever put the note in everybody's door, letting us know what's going on. You were looking out for your neighbors, and we do appreciate
It's
it.
good when everybody looks out for the neighbors. We need to move on. Sorry for the delay tonight, but we'll hear this on the 19th.
Just to clear it up, you will make a decision on the 19th of July at start at 6 o'clock.
We will have a public hearing on the 19th. I can't tell you what the board's gonna do. They have the choice of seeking more information if they want to, but there will be a public hearing, and that'll be the only time you'll get to speak into it, is that public hearing, okay? Okay. And probably a decision, but I just can't speak for it. Okay, all right. Item number 11 and 12 has been postponed to September 6th. So we're at item number 13. The planning board recommends denying.
Chairman, I'm gonna have to step down from this one.
All right. If the clerk will note that Commissioner Burdette has stepped down from the podium or from the desk.
Okay, before you do that, in the agenda approval, number 10 and 11 and 12 were not part of the agenda approval.
Yes, they were.
You,
We went and put that back in there. We did.
okay, we'll go check it
If
out.
you made that correction, we did. I said the only one we're going to vote on was the postponement of 19, because no board, no commissioner had a problem with 11 and 12.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 13, and note that Commissioner Burdette has stepped down. The planning board recommends denying an application by Chesterfield LLC as agent for Janice Z. Bevel et al. For a variance from section 3.4 located on Hodgeville Road to reduce the required buffer between industrial and various zoned parcels. Zoned I-1, map number 434, parcel number 24, 24A, 26, 26C, and second district.
There is a collection of 4 parcels that are zoned industrial, and there's proposal to create a 2 million square foot warehouse development on those parcels. The internal buffers aren't really an issue. We assume all the parcels would be combined. So what we're talking about tonight is the buffers on the perimeter of the parcel, specifically on the southeast portion as it butts up against residential. And I'm going to go quickly to the zoning layer here, so you'll see there's a good bit of, all the red is industrial. So to the north, that's the Omnitrax acreage. That's industrial, that's not a contention. But to the south there, where the blue and the light green, that's our, blue is R1 residential, the light green is AR1 agricultural residential. So the ordinance requires a 300-foot buffer between industrial and ag residential and residential uses. The proposal from the applicant is to reduce that to 75 feet along that side of the project boundary. This proposal was of such a scale that we submitted for regional review, and the regional commission conducted their regional review and returned a report. They indicated that this development is not in compliant, or it's not compatible with the future land use map. It's actually a regional future land use map. It's actually not compatible with the county future land use map either. The buffers are the main concern here, and the applicant at the night of the planning board meeting did present an alternative, and we have included those sheets at the very end of the application, so they're in your packet, and that would be to increase the buffer and potentially add berms. And Mr. Rain is here tonight, and he can speak more to that. But staff are recommending denial, and the planning board also recommended denial.
All right, I think it might be best for you to go ahead and speak first before we hear from the public hearing and know what the changes are and what you're recommending.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Chance Rand with Chesterfield LLC. We are the developers of this property. And as Ms. Teresa indicated, our initial plan before the P&Z board was a 75-foot undisturbed buffer. And prior to that P&Z board, we held an owners meeting, neighborhood meeting. A few residents showed up and had great conversations. One of the results of that conversation during that neighborhood meeting is we decided to flip one of the single load buildings. The building, let's see what you're looking at.
So from
Anyway,
that to that.
In your packet in the back, it's this building here, this 288,000 square foot building.
Right.
And then during the P&Z meeting, we proposed an alternative, which you have in the back of your packets as well. And that alternative now is a 150-foot buffer with a 75 feet, the first 75 feet of that buffer as undisturbed, and then the second 75 feet to include a vegetated berm. And then also in that alternative proposal is not only flipping the northern single load building, but also flipping that southern single load building, so that both buildings now adjacent to the residential have been flipped. And one of the reasons for doing that is a couple of the concerns that we heard that night at the P&Z was noise and lights, and so by flipping those buildings, we are now putting the buildings closer to the property line instead of the truck court, so that the building will block the noise and the sound of the trucks, in addition to the proposed berms.
So the picture we're looking at in our packet is not the 150-foot buffer, or is it?
The last one in your packet should be.
Go back to that picture earlier had, Teresa. Make sure I'm looking at the right thing.
All right, tell me which ones. There's
Thing right
this
there. We'll
one.
go back to that one right there.
This is the
back,
alternative
back.
showing the northern.
No, you had it, but you went past it.
I think it, keep going. That.
There, whoa.
That's the old plan?
That's the old.
That shows the original 75 foot. That's the old plan?
Mhm.
Keep going.
It's in the packet, all the pages, all the sheets you gave to me are in the back of your packet.
Can you show it
So
up
if I
there?
missed one for this slide.
Public's gonna need to see it.
Would you like the copy that I have?
Sure, but I think the public needs to see it. They might be here to speak for or against.
That's the same as this is, except instead of 150, it's 75, right?
No,
On
sir,
this one here?
the 75, no, sir, the 75 was the original proposal at P&Z. The alternative proposal that we're here before you tonight is the 150.
But I say, this is what that looks like, but that's got the 150 on it.
Correct,
Okay.
correct. The only thing we changed again was the 150. We included the berms and we flipped those two single load buildings
I
so
think
that
I've
the
got it.
buildings themselves are closer.
Right here.
Can you give us some details on the berm? What type, you say vegetative, but what height are we talking? I mean, what type of berm are we looking at?
You have that on the slide.
So within that 75 feet, we would propose a 12-foot berm at a 3-to-1 slope. With a 12-foot berm and a 3-foot top, it gets you just about 75 feet. So at a 3-to-1 slope, you're at 72 feet, and then 3 foot for a flat top to plant the vegetation gets you 75 feet. And so with vegetation, and what we would propose is vegetation such maybe like wax myrtles or a real thick, 10 to 12 foot type of planting. So then in essence, you would get anywhere from 22 to 25 feet with the berm plus the plantings.
We have talked about looking at reducing the buffer in our ordinance. If you give a berm, is what he's recommending comply with what we hadn't decided, but we're looking at that.
Well, it's actually, we're having I think we're having a meeting on this topic next Thursday, is it? On the 23rd? I'm sorry, June 23rd. And the issue is to come up with, some sort of formula where we can accept reduced buffers in exchange for including a berm that meets specific characteristics. And so we haven't come up with those yet. And so every time one of these comes up, we just kind of do it on a variance basis. And the goal is to actually codify it into our zoning code, so we have a consistent formula to put in there. So when we've done it in the past, we've done it based on variance.
But have we reduced the buffer for those who've done variances? Like on Cherokee Road, we didn't reduce the buffer. We just asked for a berm.
Chimney, we added a berm.
Was it?
Chimney Road, no, it's a 300-foot
Yeah.
buffer
I mean,
including a berm.
is there a
Oh, it
place where
includes-
we've actually reduced the buffer for a berm?
Not yet.
Not that we can recall.
So that's my first question about, and the other question is what's the hardship? Because usually variances are for hardships.
So, on this particular piece of property, it's a narrow piece of property. So there, as Ms. Teresa mentioned, there's 4 separate parcels in this tract. And there's only one tract that we're asking for this variance, and that's the southernmost tract. And at its narrowest point, it's about 400 feet wide. And so it's already zoned, right, industrial with a 300-foot buffer, and it's only 400 feet wide in certain spots. So that's the hardship.
But I guess my question, we'll hear from the public, my question is that it's still already zoned.
In the
You buy it zoned, you know what you got, it's 400 feet, the hardship's gotta be created, I think, by something different than that, my thought.
Yes, sir. So if you look down on the southern end of the property where the existing tree farm is, there is not there's no vegetation within that 300-foot buffer at the moment. So, there's if we were held to the 300-foot requirement, then that particular property owner wouldn't receive any kind of buffering at all. And I think the intent of the buffer is both a visual and a sound, right? So that.
It's a good offer.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have any.
Trying to line
So that's,
myself with.
we're just trying to find a common ground and provide those barriers for the noise and the light.
Okay, we need this to our public, but any questions before we hear from them?
The confusion, I think, is the public, if they went to the public hearing, they saw the first, we discussed this, because I said, this may need to be resubmitted so that the public could see this and not be surprised tonight. I think it is a good alternative to go to the 150 with the buffer, because 300 foot of nothing gives them no buffer really, other than an extra 150 feet. I think the berm with the vegetation would help tremendously, but again, I think what everybody's seen is what was proposed before. So.
Well,
But that's the reason we're here, so we can.
We did present the alternative during the P&Z meeting.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But the buffer we did on Chimney, and we didn't reduce the buffer, the berm, was 20-foot berm. And so my question to that original, you hadn't come up with that number that we're gonna do to decrease the buffer. How do I know that the number the gentleman's proposing tonight is a sufficient berm?
They did 12 foot on Chimney Road as well.
What was 20 foot?
They did 12 feet, and then what they had planted, the vegetative, I think it was gonna be a
Okay,
total of 20 feet.
Okay, well, that helps me. I was thinking it was higher.
But the dirt part was 12.
Maybe that's what I was thinking. They were saying they'd be 20 foot along site time you get the trees growing and all. Okay. So it sounds like the berm is reasonable. Let's do this. Let's do the public. Anybody tonight speaking? Anybody else speaking in favor first? All right, nobody speaking in opposition. If you'll come, state your name and then tell us your concerns.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Chevry. I live at 140 Jamestown, which is at the, southeast corner, right up against where.
Could you pull that a little closer? I can't hear you.
So I live at 140 Jamestown, which is, I think, the southeast corner of that particular lot where they're requesting the variance. So I've got several issues with it. I'm going to make a comment and then state my issues. You know, my wife and I moved to Effingham County for the peace and tranquility in the family environment, and I am not opposed to progress, but this commission put that buffer in before for a reason. And the reason was to, you know, save that peace and tranquility for the people that choose to live in those neighborhoods so that you don't have these large industrial buildings infringing on your property line. With the reduction, and there's a couple of issues I have with what was just stated. One is that whole area behind Jamestown is very thickly wooded. So the buffer zoning regulation states that they have to leave it natural, which is way thicker. And the other part, if I recall, and I may be wrong because I'm new to this, but I believe the buffer also says that if there's nothing there, they have to plant some. So on the other side, where he said that the people would get no buffer, that's not true. They actually will have to plant one.
That's correct. That is correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. If there's not a buffer there, they have to provide vegetation. Now, there's they don't have to do full-size trees, but they have to do trees that can.
They have to grow up to 5 feet within the first 3 years.
That's right.
Okay.
So that argument kind of is wasted. And you actually mentioned, Chairman, that they bought this already zoned the way it is. So the fact that this buffer is causing them such a problem should have been foreseen before they bought it. So it seems like they had a reasonable expectation to believe that they were going to be able to get by it after they bought it. I know a lot of my neighbors are here, and they all feel the same way that I do. You know, with the bypass that's already going by there, we're already going to have more traffic issues. We're already going to have more noise issues. One of the things that I think gets missed on this is that when you put in 2 million square feet of rooftop, not only are you destroying the canopy, but all that water runoff, and I know they're putting all the retention ponds and all that stuff in there, but you can't keep it the way it is. You just can't. It's physically impossible. But the other side of that is the bypass goes right by there. Now, if you have ever walked into a large room with really thick walls and yelled, it's very loud. It bounces off those walls. Well, all that traffic going by those buildings is going to bang off those, and the more of that buffer you take away, the more that spreads that noise all over the neighborhoods surrounding mine as well. That buffer was put in for a reason. It was a smart decision when it was done, and I think it needs to stay there.
Good comments. Thank you.
Berm in that, on top of that also, if you reduce it from 1 to 150, he don't have a berm in there too, 12 feet high.
The berm, for me personally, does nothing. If you stand at my pool in the backyard and go 100 feet into the tree line, it drops about 9 feet. So the berm will be about 3 feet higher than my pool. You need a much taller berm than 12 feet. I would like to see the 300-foot buffer stay. That entire area is very thickly wooded, and if they leave it in its natural state, it will be more than enough to keep the noise in.
So from your house, though, the property goes down to where this.
It slopes into the wetlands, you know, and we didn't even get into that because I figure it's pointless at this point. But
Okay, thank you, sir.
there's forested and riverine wetlands back there that they've done a delineation for, so they're already destroying the wetlands as it is.
All right, let's see who else wants to speak tonight. Anyone else speaking in opposition tonight?
I just have questions.
What were you gonna say?
It's really not opposition or for, but I'd like to speak as a constituent, Mr. Roger Burdette. I try to put myself in the situation where our neighbors are in the situation that this is in. And if it were me, I'd rather have a berm and a little bit shorter, but 12 foot won't cut it. I don't think it'd even come close. I think it'd take a 25-foot berm. I think it's a much larger footprint, it'd be harder to do. But if I had to have line of sight blockage and I wanted the noise blockage, I would rather opt for that than I would 300 foot of trees. And I'll tell you why. I get complaints all the time from Mccall Road area about noise. And we're talking quarter mile, half mile distances that have trees and everything else. But since they have no berm, there's nothing for that noise to bounce off of. So there's merit to a berm, you know, if you guys want to think about that. You speak to it as you want to. I want to be here to support you any way I can. I've stepped down because I was interested in this property, and it just didn't work out. Never made an offer or anything like that, but I never even want to have the appearance of anything inappropriate, so I stepped down. I don't want to be part of the decision. But, you know, doing what I do for a living and doing what I do here, and I've seen it a lot, and the berms offer a lot of protection. And it'd be hard to do a 25-foot berm on his behalf to do that. He'd probably have to eat up some more property in some other areas because of the wetlands. But that would offer some really good protection for you guys. So I just hope that you would think about that. And the other part I'd like, if the board would consider, is putting something in place to where that traffic, once it's complete, will go to the Parkway and not to Hodgeville Road. If we could do that at some juncture, take a look at that. I understand there's a construction entrance if all this goes forward that they could use, but when the construction's over with, if we could have a way to make that truck traffic go just to the Parkway and stay off Hodgeville Road. Thank you.
Okay. But the public hearing is, do we want to provide a variance? So you got a opposition?
Do I have time? Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is Christopher Hal Davis. Me and my wife got married 3 weeks ago, and we bought the property at 1623 Hodgeville Road. If you're on Goshen and you hit Hodgeville at that intersection, we're the left corner lot. We bought the property 10 months ago, and I've spoken with Eric Larson a couple times. We learned about the roundabout in January. That was nice. I'm kidding, it's not nice to know. And then now I hear about this industrial park coming to Hodgeville, and is any of that trucking traffic gonna be accessing or egressing on Hodgeville?
Yeah, you have to ask up here. But that's really not the question. Sir, let me see if we can clarify. It's already zoned industrial.
I understand that.
So the plat or wherever he comes back with a different discussion that we'll either approve or not approve where the road's, where it's
No,
going to
and I understand that. I came here to learn about the roundabout that's gonna be in my front yard at my front door. And now I'm hearing about this industrial park that's a stone's throw away, and I wanna know if there's gonna be trucks in my front yard now.
Yeah.
There already is. And you're talking about a massive warehouse, and I need to know what it's gonna do to my property and my family.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying, you can correct me, Mr. Lee, that's a different issue.
No, and that's why I'm here.
Tonight, when we come back to determine, my thought as a chairman is I want to drive all the traffic I can to the Parkway and keep it and make Hodgeville a residential. That's going to be a board decision that'll be looked at with the developer who builds it and so forth. But that's a different issue than tonight. We need to focus on, it's industrial. Are you against, and if you are, that's fine.
I'm for the biggest berm you can build.
Okay. Or you're not for the variance.
And I have some excavators, I can help, but
But you're not for the variance.
I don't know enough about it. I came here to learn about the roundabout, and if there's somebody that I can speak to learn more about.
Yeah, our staff can help you with that when the meeting's over.
I just get with them after the meeting?
Yeah, or during the week, whatever. We had public hearings on that as well, so.
I would love to be notified. I will be there.
All right.
Thank you.
I just want to say I'm making notes, and I'll be happy to come back up. And
Okay, before we get a chance to respond. Anyone else speaking in opposition, state your
Yes,
name.
sir. My name is Joe Burdick. I live at 144 Jamestown Drive, 2 doors down from Mike, 3 doors down from Steve, next door to Libby right there.
Okay.
There's a bunch of us here.
Okay.
My property is going to be directly impacted by this industrial park. And as again, like I said at the last meeting, not opposed to progress. We moved here in 2004. And Effingham is growing. We know that. But if any of you, and I invite you, even you, Mr. Burdette, to come sit on my back porch at any given time and listen to the concrete plant that currently is buffered naturally by the property that hasn't even been opened up yet for this industrial park. And you can hear people talking. You can hear equipment banging all hours of the day and night. And I know that there's ordinances about when companies are supposed to do business and this, that, and the other. And it's super nice that you've decided to flip the building around, and I really appreciate that. But an ordinance is an ordinance. 300 feet is 300 feet.
Yeah, and we understand the ordinance.
Sure.
The question is, we're not gonna stop the industrial growth, the industrial
Absolutely.
buildings, okay?
Mhm.
But we can keep the 300 buffer.
Absolutely.
So you're speaking, you're against reducing it.
I'm against reducing it
But
because it
even if
would
you
put
had
it in
a-
my backyard.
Even if you had a sufficient berm, that you don't think that would take care of the noise?
What I'm saying is you guys sorry, it's the Yankee in me. You guys in 2020 voted on Chimney Road to maintain the 300-foot buffer with a berm built within that 300 feet. So if it can be done here, then it can be done there.
All right, just one clarification. That was property that was requested to be rezoned. This is already zoned, so we cannot
Okay.
add anything to this zoning.
Okay.
We can't make them do a berm on 300 foot, but we can negotiate for you tonight a berm in lieu of 300 foot if it takes care of the noise, because they're gonna build warehousing because it's industrial.
Right, I
The
understand
other
that.
property was a rezoning.
Right.
And we were trying to
But
get out ahead.
what I'm understanding is he's trying to bring in he's trying to add on basically an extra 150 feet because
Yeah.
because it's not wide enough for the buildings. Like you
Correct.
said yourself just a little while ago, it is what it is.
It is what it is, but they're gonna build some warehousing.
Absolutely.
And so the question, once again, I'm trying to clarify, is that would the constituents rather have a berm and 150 or keep it at 300 and hope that that destroys the sound and the noise and the lights?
I think, I'm hearing 300.
Okay? That's what we wanna hear. We wanna hear where your heart is on that and what you wanna do. Because we're familiar with the statute and
Sure.
or the ordinance that we have on that.
But if we can come to an agreement where it's 300 with a berm built into it, then
We
that'd be
can't-
great. But
see,
if
we
we can't
can't
do
add-
that,
we
right,
can't-
no, I understand. So then I guess it sounds to me like 300's the going rate around here, so
Okay, all right.
thank you for your time.
There's more back here that want to speak, though.
Yeah, Mr. Roger Burdette, you made a great point, and just please think about this. You guys go whichever way you want to go. You said yourself you could hear that concrete plant, and there's no berm, and you have much more than 300 feet. If you guys
Mr.
don't put a
Burdette.
berm there, you're gonna hear it.
Mr. Burdette.
Exactly, and that's,
Mr. Burdette, hang on a second. Y'all hang on a minute. Roger, you really need to address your question and comments to us. This is a public hearing. We don't allow them to address each other, and so you have to address us, okay?
Hey, good evening. My name's Libby Letourneau. I am at 146 Jamestown, which is, if you look on the map, my house is going to be right there with the warehouse. 150 feet is not going to work. A Braun, 12 feet is not going to work. I have a two-story house, and I forgot your name at 140. Our house does the same thing. It slopes down into the wetlands. That will not work at my house. I will see everything with a two-story house. It's
Yeah.
not going to work. We want the 300 feet, whatever you want to say it. That's the law. We want it there. I know it was zoned for industrial. We fought that. Obviously, we didn't win. But we're here tonight to keep what we have. We moved here in 2002 under the impression nothing could be built behind us. So we're just asking to keep 300 feet. It's the
Okay.
law.
That's good information, thank you. Anyone else with anything different? If you just agree, you can always just say, I agree with them for the same reason, you know?
We agree.
Okay.
168, we agree.
Okay. All right.
My name is Kenny Reddick. I live at 118 Jamestown Drive. Like I said, I'm a resident, been here for a long time. Everybody moves into the county for the peaceful and tranquility, and we're not against the progress, but a lot of county residents feel like y'all are selling out the residents of this county to industrialization. and
No,
to
so
the-
we're
and
not
to-
doing that.
and
So
to the
we don't-
warehouses.
We don't appreciate those comments on
Let me
it.
finish.
So keep
To
it
the
to this mayor's
warehouses.
request.
And that there's the parkway that comes behind my house is probably no more than 5,000 feet. No buffer, no barrier, no nothing there. So where was the consideration for that for the residents? And now that you sit here and you industrialize, rezone it for this big old warehouse here, I'm for the biggest buffer you could put there. Because I hear the beeping of the trucks, I hear the buffer, and like I said, in the back of the subdivision, like I said, it goes down, they're tearing up the wetlands, and I just don't understand, and the wax myrtles, they don't grow 5 feet within 3 years. And what size wax myrtles you're gonna put there, 10, 12-foot distance between them, that's gonna take forever. I do landscaping. There are other bushes, like on Fort Howard Road, there's a subdivision there that's got these big old bushes there, and they grow up perfectly, and they grow fast and quick, and that's great. I'd like to see those type, I don't know what type they are, but I can find out for you. But the bigger the buffer, the wider, the better.
Okay, appreciate it. You'd like to see a 300-foot buffer stay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, my name's Jennifer Schildecker. I am also a Jamestown resident, and my concern with the proposal is that I'm not sure of all the technical specifications because we don't have that information, but I have concerns about the short distance between the neighborhood and the berm and increased risk of flooding in our neighborhood.
Yeah, good point.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Halligan, and I live at 1445 Hodgeville Road, which is directly bordering the southeast side, right by the tree farm. We live directly next to the tree farm. I spoke at the last meeting. We moved here in December. We knew that the tree farm was undergoing a potential change to industrial, but we never realized how closely that would impact our property. I'm here standing to ask that you maintain the 300 feet. I think our property probably stands the worst in this visually. It is an open tree lot. We're gonna plant some trees. If they don't wanna put up a berm and be a good neighbor and give us our 300 feet and give us a visual, barrier, we'll plant our own. But I'm asking for as much space as possible to be able to maintain the peace and tranquility of the property that we own.
Okay.
And I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. All right, any other additional comments?
Yes, we're a quarter of mile, my name's Brady Thompson. I'm on the HOA board for Summer Station subdivision. We're a quarter of a mile down the street. This is gonna really affect our community. We have 49 homes on our street, and there's a lot of concerns that we have. One of the main concerns is the traffic going in and out. It's hard enough for people to get out of our subdivision to get to work, to get to school, or wherever they need to go. And with the trucks coming and going, it's just gonna be that much more difficult. And there's a lot of road rage going on in Effingham County because people are in such a hurry and they're frustrated because everything's narrow. Things need to be widened.
I share your concern on that one. This is related to just the variance, though, and I may let this gentleman share, because that's going to be a later decision for this board about where the traffic goes to. I personally want to see it all go to our parkway and not be on Hodgeville, and that's where I think your sentiment is.
We want to ask in the plans for it to be closed off. When they're done building, we want that to be closed off.
That's a different issue than we're discussing right now. I want you to understand that. This is just about the variance, whether it's going to be 150 or 300.
Okay.
Okay? But you'll get a chance to speak to that possibly when we look at the sketch plans, and that comes up in the future.
Okay.
Because it's already zoned, they're going to build warehouses. It's just how much can they build and where the traffic's going to go, that's another question. Okay?
Okay.
I'm not ignoring you. I just want you to understand it's different.
Right. I understand that.
Okay.
And also, things have been brought up about them trying, they're trying to reduce it. And people talk about how it's going to take a long time for the trees that they plant for it to grow tall enough for it to make a difference. So we're asking for a 30-foot burn to be put behind those trees to help our community. The noise, light pollution. I mean, we moved out there because it's a rural area. And then, now we're concerned about light pollution, noise pollution, the emissions. Yeah. There's a lot of concern. that we have about that.
Sure.
I mean, I have, I'm chronically ill. I have a multiple chemical sensitivity. So I moved away from the city into a rural area because of my health. And now I'm concerned about my health because now they're going to be bringing more emissions into our community.
And the further those emissions are from you, 300 foot is better for you.
Right.
Than this,
Fresher air.
than
Yes.
the 150. I understand. Good point. Thank you.
And I have a neighbor that could not come today. She has an infant at home. And she wrote a letter for me to read.
Is it related to just the variance?
It is.
If it's about traffic and all that, it's already zoned. That's what you understand. We're just dealing with the variance. now.
Yeah, the whole zoning thing, I wish we were contacted sooner. I didn't know. We did not know about this
When was this property rezoned?
in December.
Yeah, the southernmost portion of this 4-parcel tract was rezoned late last year.
But it went through public hearings.
We sent letters to everyone within 200 feet
Yeah.
of the property.
Yeah.
Well, we're whole community
If
a
that
quarter
letter-
of a mile
If that
down the
letter
street.
is pertinent to the variance, you can read it. If not, we need to save that for another time.
Okay. The lady, her name is Pearl Ann. She's a neighbor of mine. She has the same concerns as I do about the berm and about the 300-foot. She wants to request the 300-foot setback plus a 30-foot berm behind
And
that.
see, that's what we cannot do is add to the zoning requirement. So we cannot make them do a berm and 300 foot. If it's 300 foot, I cannot do that.
We can ask for that.
You can ask for it, but he has to agree to it. No, we don't talk from there to come up here. You want to clarify that from your microphone there, Teresa? Am I correct on that? That we cannot add, or maybe our attorney, we cannot add to the zoning requirements?
That's correct. I mean, so a property that has an existing zoning has an existing rights to it. And those rights, in this case, limit its requirements to a 300-foot vegetated berm without,
Vegetated buffer.
300-foot vegetated buffer without a berm in the requirements. So
Requirements, but is it legally, environmentally, can you not do it?
No,
microphone.
Environmentally, can you not do it? Legally,
Oh,
why
no,
can't
no,
you do it?
legally, we can't require it. There's nothing stopping him, I don't think, environmentally from putting up a berm there.
If he wanted to, he
If
could then.
if he wanted to,
Yeah.
but it would
Thank
have
you.
to be
That's all I
voluntary.
needed.
Before, when we approved the berm off of Chimney Road, the developer offered that. We did not we did not, and he is offering that. That's what he's been talking about.
With 150.
With 150
So
foot.
we're asking for the 300.
But
plus a berm.
previously, on the other development, it was 300 foot. The developer offered the berm. We could not make him legally do that. Just clarifying.
Okay.
I understand you can't make them, but they're coming in and wanting to be our neighbor.
I got
So
it.
if you want to be a good neighbor, he was very rude to us the last meeting, the
Okay.
things that he said. And so we're coming and asking for this, for our community.
Very good. All right. You want to address the couple of things that they've talked about real quickly, and then we'll see what other opposition we have, and we're going to close this public hearing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So a couple of the I guess, hotter topics, traffic. So if you look at our plan, our final site plan, master plan, does not propose any access for the business trucks, for the businesses once the warehouses are built, does not propose any access to Hodgeville. So all of the traffic, once the buildings are built and they're occupied, they'll all go to Effingham Parkway. Now, we will use Hodgeville for construction traffic, bringing in materials so that we can start building the building prior to the parkway being built. But once the buildings are built and occupied, all that traffic will go directly to to the parkway.
Okay.
And so I'd like to address the stormwater runoff and and the increased runoff. So we are bound by state law and statutes and your local ordinances to detain our stormwater runoff from our post-development to the pre-development rates. So after our development, so that the concept is after our development, no more runoff leaves our property than what was leaving it prior to the construction. One other comment I heard was the hearing the concrete plant. So, currently, if you think about it, I mean, there's what, a couple thousand feet, 1,500 feet between the property line and the concrete plant. So, in our opinion, the 300-foot natural buffer is not going to stop that noise. So that's one reason why we're proposing, the berm, so that noise deflects up and over. And I think in respect to the berm outside of the buffer, I think the Chimney Road project was a rezoning and not a buffer variance. So that's kind of the difference between that particular project and this. We're actually already zoned, and we're asking for a buffer variance. And so the other request that I heard a couple of times was a higher berm. What I'd like to propose is perhaps we can, if you want to consider this, is we can go higher. We can go 25 feet, but we'd have to move that into that first 75 foot of undisturbed. In other words, we can go 25. We can start at the 150-foot line away from the property, away from the residential line, go up with our 25-foot berm, come back down, and it may encroach into that 75, the original proposal of the 75-foot natural. So you'd have a 150-foot buffer.
You just need that width.
Maybe a 100-foot or 90-foot would be a berm, and again, maybe 50, 60, 70, 80 feet would be natural. So you'd have the natural buffer, the visual buffer of the natural 75-foot, 60-foot of trees, right? And then you would have the noise buffer of the higher berm, 25-foot berm. Now, obviously, so let me make something clear too. We were accused of impacting the wetlands and clearing the wetlands along the property line. We are not proposing to impact any wetlands along that property line. All those wetlands will remain. In fact, that's part of our permit application to the Corps, is to leave those wetlands intact. So obviously, we can't put the berm in those wetlands, but anywhere there's not wetlands, we can certainly put that berm and raise it 25 feet and bring that back in and create that, both that visual and that noise buffer, which I think is the intent of the the original intent of that 300-foot buffer years ago. Let's see. I heard a comment about not wanting wax myrtles. I just use that as an illustration. We'd be happy to work with staff, at the time of submittal of the plans, to work with whatever vegetation that that we need to put there. And on the one last comment too that I want to address that I heard is on the south end of the property where the tree farm is, where there's no trees at the beginning at all. We had originally proposed there to do the berm, right, but also plant in front of that berm where there is nothing. So we were proposing to go ahead and plant back so that you'd have the ground, the short stuff on the ground, and then you'd have the berm, so you'd have that staggered effect for both the visual and the sound.
You come to the microphone, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to ask you directly.
State your name again, please.
Lindsay Halligan, 1445 Hodgeville Road. Regarding the tree farm, and this was news to me tonight, hearing that you do have to plant a buffer of whatever we have approved tonight with vegetation. Is that correct? that if the 300 feet passes and I have a tree farm that's pretty much open, that there will have to be 300 feet of vegetation planted as a buffer? Or whatever you guys decide?
There's a certain amount. What's it require? Is it the whole 300 foot or?
Yeah, it's in the ordinance.
I'm asking, it's 300
I
foot.
don't know that it lays it out specifically like that, but the buffer is supposed to be for stormwater infiltration and for visual screening and
Right,
to
but the
preserve the
300
tree
foot
canopy.
buffer, they have to, she's asking, do they have to plant all 300 foot
I
of
would
it?
expect to see that.
Okay.
Well, here's what it says: where trees do not already exist, they must be planted at a rate of 1 tree, at least 2 inches, DBH, every 30 linear feet of buffer, and it goes on. I think there's some smaller plantings for some undergrowth.
And so my follow-up question is, there are Christmas trees. They don't get much more than this. Is that going to be considered sufficient? It's certainly not going to be as high as we're talking here.
Yeah, I'd have to look.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Emily Dixon. I'm at 168 Jamestown. I just think it's important for you all to see the faces of the people in the neighborhood, as we certainly do have concerns about maintaining our quality of life. My husband and I built a house in 2004 in Jamestown. We are both from Chatham County. We wanted to move to Effingham for the quality of life. So we drove around Hodgeville, we drove all up and down Goshen. We looked very carefully at the neighborhood to try to protect what was behind us. As we were young at the time, we stretched to buy a house that had what we thought was sufficient property and wetlands behind us, so nothing would come up behind us, and certainly industry has found us, as well as the traffic, which I know is a different topic. So I just want you to see the faces of all the people in the neighborhood. I think it's important to document this for the record. I'm in support of keeping the 300 feet. I feel like we moved to Effingham to get, again, that quality of life, and it was so thoughtful how all these neighborhoods were designed back then. And there was so much consideration for land and trees and space. I have a lot of concerns for water runoff. We have a 100-year floodplain in the back of our property. So even though, yes, there are detention ponds designed on this, and I see the plans, when you cut down that many trees, you put that much blacktop, you put that many buildings, when you look at where that is, that water can't all be captured there. I think we all have potential impact for that, and I hope that you all take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, a couple more comments and we're going to close and let the board discuss. If you, if we get all the new folks that want to speak first. Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name's Bruce Ravel. I live at 129 Jamestown Drive. I really have a question. I'm for keeping the 300-foot buffer. I think it was wisely made that for a reason. My question is, will us residents, at a later date, if you vote to keep the 300-foot berm, can we petition the commission, the county, on behalf of its residents to come in and build a berm because of the noise and the light?
I don't know that you, I don't think you can build on their property without their permission. They might, if they
Talking
think-
about our property, the landowner's property. Could they collectively come to the commission and say, we're willing to give up this much for the county to build a berm on behalf of the residents that live in Jamestown?
We're not gonna build a berm.
No,
Okay.
you're talking about the residents
I don't
doing it
blame
Answer my
themselves.
question.
You're talking, you doing the cost of it or the county doing it?
The county.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that we would build a berm, no.
You seem to build anything else you've come upon.
We'd have berms all over the county. Every neighborhood will berm.
Well, every neighborhood's not getting a giant warehouse facility put in, sir.
Okay.
And I can't really talk to my commissioner because he's took himself out of the fight. Thank you.
My name's Kenny Reddick. On the vegetation on the trees, the sycamore trees, not the sweet gum, but the piney ball, the sycamore tree is one of the fastest growing trees around. So if they wanted to plant trees around, and plus they suck up a lot of water too, so that would help out their vegetation and on the berms and stuff in front of it and behind it and around the warehouse also.
All right, we're gonna need to get some discussion with the board and get some decision-making, just so for what they said earlier about everybody be able to see. I wanna know if, hearing all the discussion tonight, if you want to see the 300-foot berm stay, I'm sorry, 300-foot buffer stay, because we can't require a berm. It'll be something you have to negotiate with the developer yourself. If you want the 300-foot buffer, why don't you just raise your hand right quick or stand so I can see? Okay. Anyone wanting to have a berm instead of the 300-foot buffer thinks that's a better way to keep the sound and the lights and the out. Sure, real quickly. We need to bring this to a close.
My name is Joseph Mock, and I'm at 1455 Hodgeville Road, and I'm behind Mr. and Mrs. Halligan, and I am adjacent on that side. You know, I'm behind where the Christmas tree farm currently is. And well more than 300 feet through all the trees, you do hear that concrete plant. So in my opinion, and this might be a little unpopular with some of my neighbors, a reduced buffer but a real high berm, like I think Mr. Burdette mentioned, and this gentleman here mentioned 25-foot berm would block more noise than 300 foot of planted pines or plant whatever vegetation, because there's already 400 plus another 400, the two tracks together between everybody and the concrete plant. So.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right. Sip, you want to speak? You speaking for or against?
For. My name's Alan Zipper. I am one of the landowners, and I wanted to speak to you for just a minute. When we decided to sell that property, we looked around to try to do what we thought was best for the county and for these people that bordered us. We had several opportunities, and we looked at several different industries that was interested in that property. And we chose the warehouses because they do a good, clean job. They would build a berm. The berm would force the noise up above past these people. It would provide light protection, as opposed to going with just plain 300 feet is going to provide nothing for them. They're going to hear every noise that's made. They're going to see every light that comes in there. And I know, I hear what they're saying, and that's their right, but our property, we've owned that property for well over 100 years, okay? So we didn't just move here. And we got a right to do something with our property, and we have made a choice, the three of us that own it, that own this part that we're talking about tonight, to sell it. And so I think Chesterfield will build and maintain a first-class industrial park with a well-vegetated berm for sight and noise reduction. It'll provide the best protection for the neighbors for both sound and sight over anything else we could put there. All traffic will go on the parkway. There'll be no traffic on Hodgeville, except for when they're building it. They're going to have to come in and out building it, but once it's opened, all the trucks in and out goes down the parkway. It provides tremendous revenue for the county without using many of the county's resources, like it don't need schools, it needs very little water, very little sewer. So it's a great use of the property. And as far as traffic, I mean, I sit on the planning board and I hear every month about the truck traffic that the warehouse creates. So I've sit out at these intersections where these warehouses are, and the trucks do come and go. And there's over a 24-hour period, there's a good many trucks, but they straggle in and out. I've yet to see a traffic jam at one of the traffic lights or one of the entrances to these parks. And in our opinion, we're going to develop it as something. And we feel like that this is best for everybody involved. And I know the majority of people here won't agree with me, but I think at the end of the day, it's the best use of the property, and it provides the best protection for those residents. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right. I think we've heard from most everyone tonight. We're going to go ahead and close this public hearing and have a discussion from the board. We may have some other questions for some folks. So we'll start with any comments from the board.
My biggest concern, we're almost tonight possibly rewriting the buffer ordinance, and I don't know that this is the time for that. I think this is a bigger discussion, because it's a big move. I've had plenty in the 5th district, lots of warehousing recently. And to a degree, if there's a better way than 300 foot, well, shame on us for not figuring it out over the last 5 years. But I think it's something we can look at, but I would prefer us look at it in the form of public hearings for review of the ordinance and changes, rather than in looking at it with one particular project.
It sounds like to me with the 150 feet with the berm on it, to me, I think that would be the best thing that you could do, other than to open 300 feet. But that berm's gonna cut a bunch of the sound off of it, and you plant trees on top of that. I mean, 5-foot tree on top of a 12-foot berm, that's 17 feet. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm not in that situation, so.
Reggie, your microphone?
I think-
Your microphone?
I can't say that,
Pull your
because
microphone in.
I'm not in that situation. But the berm and the 150 feet sounds like would be a better deal than to open 300 feet. Like I say, I'm not in that situation. But the way I think it seems like it would, and you put the trees on the 12 feet. So anyway.
Okay. No, this is us right now. Ma'am, we can't take comments from the back, 'cause it's gotta be recorded, but we
I know
we
you
heard
said, I remember you saying about, one of you, it wasn't but 3 feet difference in them.
All right.
And I understand that too.
Yeah.
And just to make a point on Commissioner Loper's statement, he may be right, but I'm concerned on us hearing it in a 1-hour conversation, and we're gonna figure it all out in 1 hour.
Yeah.
Without having
And I think
staff
that's- I
look
think
at
that's a
different
good point.
options of what the best
Yeah.
option is.
Mr. Lutz, like you fixed to lean into the microphone.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. If someone's willing to put up a 25-foot berm, vegetative at that, with trees on top of it, I think that's starting to get on the extreme side, the higher side. We haven't had anybody else to offer a berm of this size, and it doesn't matter if we gave a 500-foot, we could give a 1,000-foot open berm. You're not going to get any other sound reduction off of the open buffer. What's being proposed here, even though it's less feet than what you would like, it's going to provide you more noise and light pollution protection. At 25 feet with trees on top, I mean, whatever that is, I'm not big in the landscaping arena, but I think that's a pretty substantial berm, and I definitely would not be in favor of offering a buffer reduction, offering a variance for a buffer reduction without getting something. But in my opinion, I think a 25-foot berm, vegetative berm, I think that's a pretty good offer. And the construction traffic would only be on Hodgeville during construction, and the business side of it, the business traffic, would be on the Effingham Parkway.
No. Do you want to say anything?
Yes, he has says 20. He did say 25 feet. If you were listening, and if he'd like to clarify that, I mean, he can come back up to the microphone, because I've been listening to what he's been saying.
Yeah. Before we get too far trying to interact with us, let us finish our discussion, because if the board should, I'm not saying they're going to approve anything tonight on that, but they should approve a buffer, they can ask the applicant to tell us what they would do with the berm, and we can make that part of the motion to receive that. So we could lock that in if they went that direction, but that'll be a board decision in a minute.
I echo pretty much what Commissioner Deloach says, but I also understand what Mr. Kiefer's saying as well. But that's what we're here for, to try to find a way to address the want of the property owner as well as the concerns of the adjoining landowners. And to Mr. Zipper's point, he has the right to try to develop this. I don't know what else could go on that piece of property, but by flipping this warehouse so that the back of the warehouse is facing that property with that berm, I think would be a lot better than some of the other things that could go in there. And in the long run, I think that would be the best option, personally.
Let me weigh in. I don't actually have a vote, but I want to weigh in on this. And I hear what the three commissioners here are saying, but I want to put a lot of weight to what Commissioner Kiefer is saying. We're going down a road here that's setting a precedent, and we're already looking at talking about giving a setback for berm that's being built.
Right.
I don't know of the hardship. When I first look at this, yes, there's 3 or 4 parcels there, but you could all make them into one parcel if you wanted to, and you've got buffer all the way around. The variance is gonna allow for additional warehousing, right? That's what it's really gonna do. I'm thinking that I'd be cautious, for me, if I had a vote tonight, to approve this without going through a public hearing process of, should we go from 300 to 150 if you give certain steps of buffers? I think it's better. Now, he was just, I agree. If I was in that neighborhood, I would want the 25-foot buffer with the vegetation. I believe that's gonna give the best protection. But for me tonight, I don't have that opportunity because I have an ordinance that says 300-foot buffer and I have constituents who are saying they don't want it. I think it's a poor request. I think you'd be better with a 25-foot buffer in the trees. But until we have that study done and public hearing on some process and change our ordinance to offer that alternative, I'd have to say I would deny it. But I'm telling you, I think the public, you'd like it better if you had 25 foot in the trees. But I wouldn't approve it without us going through this process of public hearings, if I'm expressing your comments correctly, Mr. Kiefer as well. So I'd caution.
When are we supposed to, when is that beginning? The discussion to
We're looking at it right now, but my position is that it's zoned, it's industrial, it's gonna be warehousing, it's 300-foot buffers. Until we get something on the books differently, if he's not gonna offer it and they're not gonna accept it, I'd have a hard time recommending it, but I don't have a vote. Just my thoughts.
Well, can the applicant, I guess, reaffirm, can you do the 25-foot berm, vegetative berm?
Chance Rand with Chesterfield. I will confirm that we will do a 25-foot berm in the uplands portion of the buffer and not impact those wetlands. So yes, we will confirm a 25-foot buffer. I mean, sorry, 25-foot berm.
With vegetation.
Yes, sir. Of course, yes, sir.
It'll have to be wide enough so it's not dangerous. So it may within, the question was how wide would it be?
It's gonna be a small mountain.
Without the engineering, you wouldn't know how wide it's got to be to sustain it.
Typically, my background long time ago was civil engineering, so this is part of what I used to do. But typically, those berms that we use for the perimeter buffer berms are 3-to-1 slopes, because any less than a 3-to-1 slope, then you start to get erosion. They start to get too steep, and they get erosion. 3-to-1 is typically used because then you don't get too wide with a 4 or 5-to-1 slope. Then you start really getting far out
Does
with
that mean
the width.
75 foot would do it, maybe?
So on a 25 foot,
Or 3 times 25 is 75.
Get his computer out.
150. So what we would probably end up doing there, if we had 25-foot high berm and we didn't have the full, we'd have to go outside of that onto our, outside of that 150 buffer into the development. So that would encroach probably in our I don't know, 10, 15 feet, 20 feet into development portion of the project. So,
But you'd be willing to take up more of your development property if they,
I'd be willing to do a 25-foot berm vegetative in the upland portion of that buffer and not impact any of the wetlands. And then whatever spills over into the development part of it, then it spills over.
Yeah.
But again, let me clarify, we're not proposing to impact any of the wetlands in that buffer.
I understand that.
Yes, sir.
There's all kind of regulations,
Yes,
state
sir.
and local, to keep you from impacting wetlands. All right, I want to propose that question to the constituents tonight, and listen again, if that's okay with the board. If he is recommending, and he would add it to the request, to a 25-foot buffer, berm, I'm sorry. Even if it took up maybe 160 foot of buffer is what it took to do it, or 170, you would do that 25 foot. So I asked the constituents to speak tonight. I would recommend you do that. I'm not going to tell you what to do, and I'm not going to override your rights in our ordinance. But I'd recommend, because he's going to build the warehousing, and it's going to be just a vegetated buffer. If I was there, I'd want a 25-foot berm with trees on it, because then it's going to really block out, in my opinion, to what Mr. Lopez said, the sound, the noise, the lights. I think you're going to be better off. So if that was part of his variance request, would you speak, those who are in opposition to that?
What we're asking for now, because
Yes. Come up and see if what I said you understood.
so a 12-foot berm, I know it's on one of the drawings, a 12-foot berm, if you go back to the drawing that had the initial 150 feet with the 12-foot berm, can we find that?
Well, he's proposing 25 now instead of 12.
Okay. You've got 75 feet, if you're looking at that top drawing, 75 of that feet is there for a 12-foot high berm. He's talking about doubling the height of the berm, which inevitably is going to double the width of the berm, at the very least to prevent erosion and things like that. So,
Yes, but it'd be on his property.
so what you're saying is you're gonna leave the first 75 feet untouched
No, no,
and then start to create your 25-foot berm that's now going to be double the width?
no, ma'am. He's saying that within that 150, if it takes 160, he'll do it. But the whole buffer
we have a
would be
mountain.
a vegetated berm, the whole buffer.
So that's what's being, that's what I was asking. So,
That's
so
what he's
we're not
proposing.
maintaining that first 75 flat buffer zone and then a berm.
No.
Now we're just building a 25-foot mountain
That's what he's offering.
that is going to be leaking onto our property directly.
That's what he's offering.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay.
If you'll allow me to address that comment. So there are wetlands the entire length of this property line. So that berm would not be right up on the residential property line. Now, I can't speak to the exact, width of the wetlands along the property line because the wetlands vary, the wetland line varies. So there's going to be, and just again, by looking at the scale and the dimensions on the drawing, I don't see anywhere along that property line where there's going to be less than maybe 40, 50 feet of heavily vegetated wetlands.
Because of the wetlands. that are
Because of the
there.
wetlands.
So you're thinking there'd be 30, 40, 50 feet of wetland vegetation, then there'd be 150 foot of a 25-foot berm with vegetation.
We'd start outside of the wetlands and do the 50-foot, do the 25, do the 25-foot berm.
Okay.
So again, we're not proposing to take that all the way to the property line.
All right, does everybody understand what is being proposed? If you still do not want the berm, you want the 300-foot vegetated buffer, would you raise your hand?
I have a question.
Wait. I want to get this resolved first.
Well, my question relates to whether I vote yes or no.
All right, we'll come ask you a question real quickly.
Eric Halligan, 1445 Hodgeville Road. So you keep talking about the upper portion. Now, I live down by the Christmas tree farm. Is that berm extending all the way down through there? Because you were only asking for a 50-foot variance there. Originally.
Yeah, you come answer.
So the original proposal, or I'm sorry, the alternate proposal for the Christmas tree, we'll call it the Christmas tree farm area, the farm area, was when we were still talking about the 12-foot berm is we'd plant within that first 75 feet and then build the berm. Now, I'm still willing to plant a portion of that gap, if you will, at the tree farm and then start the berm. So, I mean, if we need to plant the first 40, 50 feet, you know.
Is the buffer being reduced at the tree farm area? It's still 300 foot there, right?
No, sir, it's 150 foot as well.
Okay.
So we would, again, we'd build the same berm as we're building, you know, on the
You're
northern
s-
side of the property.
All right.
And you know, again, so I still maintain that we would plant in front of that berm. We can do, I mean,
Would it be wise to, I know it's a lot of discussion tonight, to table this till we can get the berm drawings and the vegetation and the things calculated so we can understand what we're may or may not approve?
fortunately, I don't have that time, to be very honest with you.
If it gets denied, how much time do you have? I mean, that's the thing, you gotta ask yourself. You don't wanna get denied because we don't have the details we need, but.
Well, I'm trying to give you, I mean, the only, I guess, details that I don't have at the moment is the exact plantings, which, you know, again, we can certainly work with staff to, you know, find the most advantageous from a visual perspective. But,
Okay, all right.
so,
Did that answer your question? Okay. Just so the board can know, I'm not asking again, if you'd rather have a 25-foot berm in the buffer, it's gonna take up the whole buffer, probably the whole 150, maybe 160 feet. It'll be taken from the developer's property, though, not yours, and it'll be vegetated. So you're probably gonna have, I'm guessing, 30, 35 feet when the vegetation is grown of buffer, berm and buffer. At least, minimum. Would you rather have that than just 300 foot of vegetated buffer? If you rather have the berm, the way he's described it, if you don't mind raising your hand so I can see. So if you don't want the berm, you still want the buffer, even though I'm telling you, you're gonna find it's gonna be a lot worse. We can't control the building of warehousing there, it's industrial, but we can help you if you work with the gentleman to get the buffer. Yes, sir. Last comment, then I'm gonna let the board make a motion.
My name is Steve Redmond, 148 Jamestown. We are the center piece of property there that's going to be impacted. We are right in the middle of this over 200,000 foot warehouse. Now, you guys are proposing to put up over 2 million square feet of warehouse. Obviously, it's zoned, so all that's been approved. The issue we have, other than the noise and all, the wetlands, all of those properties along that Jamestown Drive that are gonna be right there by that huge warehouse, all that water runoff from the streets and our properties go left and underneath Goshen Road, and that's where your Colebrook Swamp comes from. Now, a 25-foot tall wall at 3 to 1, you do the math, that's 150 feet wide at the base. So 3 to 1, you got 75 feet on one side, 75 feet on the other. So the base of this is gonna be 150 feet wide,
Okay,
25 feet tall. Where in the world are you gonna, he's talking about 150-foot variance. Where's this huge mountain of dirt gonna go that won't impact our wetlands, which are right behind all of our properties that are probably about 75 feet?
well, the answer for that is not with us, it's with the Corps, I guess, the Corps, the state water and soil. He has to go through and get all that approved.
Right.
Water can't leave, you can't mess with the wetlands. They have to certify that through all the engineers, a lot higher than what we.
Well, it seems to me that a 25-foot tall berm, 150 feet wide at its base, is gonna have to encroach over onto this property where the warehouse is gonna be built. Otherwise, it's gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be right in the middle of our wetlands, and we have to have
Can't be in the
that
wetlands.
drainage.
To answer your question, it can't be in the wetlands, it'll have to encroach on the uplands of the developer.
Right.
They'd have to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I think we've had ample time for everybody to share. Looks like the constituents still want the 300 foot. So I'll entertain any more discussion. The public hearing is closed, or a motion.
I just think the 25-foot vegetated berm adds a lot more protection than just an open.
I think it does, but they
Buffer.
don't want it. You will make a motion, or?
I think it does too.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the variance request on the following conditions. That there will be a 25-foot vegetative berm planted on the Christmas tree farm in. That first 50 feet will be planted with some type of vegetation. Truck traffic will only be allowed on Hodgeville Road during the construction time. Once the building is complete, the truck traffic has to access the Effingham Parkway.
Okay. Did you get that, Madam Clerk? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Loper. Okay. All right. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no?
No.
So we have three. Did you vote yes? What about Jamestown? Okay. 3 yeses and 1 no.
Sir, can I ask you a quick question?
No,
Yes,
hang on a
sir.
second.
Okay.
We're in the middle of this. Okay. All right, so Mr. Keefe voted no, everybody else voted yes. And so it is, variance is approved. We have a conditions. We can't do the second reading till the next meeting. But you got a quick question?
So, yes, so you just specified that the 25-foot berm would be for the Christmas tree farm. Does that?
No, sir. I was specifying the 25-foot vegetative berm would be down would be down the property line. But I know a young lady earlier had a concern about the 50 feet on the Christmas tree farm end that did not have additional vegetation. So there will have to be additional vegetation planted on that end.
Okay.
But 25-foot berm,
Basically running the whole stretch?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah.
All right. So we cannot do the second reading. We'll have to do it at the next meeting? Okay, because it was a condition. And Lee, do we need to officially have the applicant, I guess, accept that condition, or he did offer it on the record?
Yeah.
Would you, there's been a motion approved by Mike, are you officially accepting that you're offering that?
I will accept that motion as well, yes.
Everything he said that, okay, very good.
Could we have some type of sketch or drawing of that by the second reading?
Yep.
Something, kind of showing.
We can't do the second reading tonight, so it doesn't become official until we do the second reading. And Commissioner's asking if you could have a drawing of the berm and what, everything, the vegetation worked out with our staff by the next.
Something that we can say, this is why we're supporting this.
Yes, sir, I can do that.
And that'll be for the
Thank
next
you.
meeting.
For the next meeting, yeah, for the,
In 2
whatever we
weeks.
do the second reading.
Oh, in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
If not, we can wait longer, but if you wanted to get it done, it'd be in 2 weeks.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, that concludes our public hearings tonight, so we're gonna go back to our new business. If you're here for public hearings and you want to, exit, you can do that now, because we might take a 5-minute break. You might need a bathroom break? Yes. You want to finish your business? We can take a 5-minute break, we'll come right back and finish our new business. All right.
That was mine.
Can I ask you a question, please? On item number 7, W.T. Wisden request for rezone, how was that, how did that, what position? So the applicant withdrew.
We're never doing
It's not back on the table again?
No, that's fine
Thank
with
you
me.
for that.
I know.
Appreciate it.
You just go and unmute him.
Yeah, I know. I've already talked to him about this. We'll take care of it. Yes. Oh, hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. What? Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna vote on it tonight, so when it comes up, we'll just make that point.
It's earlier.
I can request that. It doesn't make It doesn't make a difference as of tonight that we are not voting on that. It is just a report that they provided the wrong information on. I will make, that they provided the wrong title on. I will make the clarification when it comes up. I've already mentioned it to the chairman, that in, yeah, we removed items. We didn't amend their titles. We almost never amend their titles because they're somewhat meaningless. They're just there for a reference purpose. And so what I will do is I will make sure when this comes up that it's clear that this is not a vote. This is simply a report, and I went through it with the clerk.
We apologize for the delay. We got back there and our clerk had us some box of dinners. And we had not eaten in a long time, so we took a minute to get some
Mark,
refreshment.
does one item here cost you having to stay? Well, you have one more. Wait a minute, no, you got several more. Yeah, I'm sorry, I jumped down to when we skipped that other one.
Waiting on one commissioner.
Where did we leave off?
We're gonna pick up after we do a vote on the first reading. See, it just says public hearing, it doesn't say first reading. It does. Sure does. Consideration to
13,
approve the
right?
first reading, yep.
Back on number 13.
Yeah, I thought we were on 13.
We are, but we're gonna have to do that vote on the first reading of the budget. I didn't ask for,
13,
call for the
T-Spot.
motion to
Go
approve
ahead and
first
double
reading.
back and do that.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering
Waiting on
about that.
Roger.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was just a
On
reading.
Roger.
Okay.
So we do have to have a,
That was, number one, a new business.
okay.
Why not?
Do I need to wait on Roger to vote on that first one?
Probably.
Huh?
What world everybody sit here for?
Be exciting.
Oh, I know.
All eyes on Roger. All right, we're gonna go back into regular session. After new business, item number one, when we had our public hearing on our budget, I neglected to call for approval of the first reading. So I need a motion to approve the first reading of the 22-23 budget.
I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of the 2022-2023 budget.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Kiefer, to approve the first reading. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And then we'll back up on item number 13 under new business. Consideration to approve to disperse T-Splosh bond proceed funds to the cities of Springfield and Guyton.
Good afternoon. Again, Mark Barnes, Finance Director. Staff is requesting approval to true up the SPLOST bond proceed distributions to Springfield and Guyton based on the T-SPLOST tax receipts that the county received from the state. Springfield would receive $54,579.24, and Guyton would receive $29,770.15.
Can we turn that mic down just a little bit? It's a little hot.
Yeah, let me kind of scoot that back.
Okay.
Back in April, the final disbursements to the cities for their share of the T-SPLOST bond proceeds were approved, but since the Department of Revenue began dispersing funds directly to the county 1 month earlier than expected, this true-up is required. And staff recommends alternative one, approve to disperse funds to Springfield and Guyton.
Any questions, discussion, or motion?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second by Mr. Loper to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item 14, consideration to approve the establishment of two new bank accounts for a special purpose local option sales tax.
Staff is requesting approval to create two new accounts with Truist for the purpose of holding the new SPLOST 2021 funds that are going to start coming in July 1, and to hold the SPLOST bond proceeds, which were just approved earlier tonight. Staff recommends alternative number one, approve to establish these two new Truist accounts.
Every time we get a SPLOST referendum and funds, we set up a new bank account for the new SPOS fund?
We hadn't been in the past, but it's kind of been the best practice, and it's been a recommendation from our auditors that we do so. And the resolution this year that was passed in November actually did state that we would separate that out. So we've created a new accounting fund and a separate bank account for the new SPOS.
Okay. Just sounds
Mark,
like-
I do have a question. We
Yes,
talked about a year ago about rebidding our banking relationships. What's our plan for that? Because I know we spend a lot of money in bank fees. We're dealing with huge banks now with Truist. Nothing wrong with them. A lot of good people there, but we'd like to give opportunities for local banks and regional banks as well.
Right.
And hopefully lower some costs at the same time. You know, what are we going to?
Yes, that is one of the things that is on our to-do list. And, the county manager was just reminding me about that probably a few weeks ago.
Oh, really good.
About,
Tim, no?
yeah.
Good.
But that is definitely on the burner.
But,
Yeah.
do we have a number on how much we're spending on bank service charges?
I don't have it with me right now, but I do want to say, currently they're only, on the general fund, it's only about $600 a month, but that's because they're offsetting it with interest credits. So the actual fees are higher than that, I'm sure. We get a report each month, but I don't have that in front of me right now to
They'll
tell you.
separate. Would you get us a number next time?
Yes,
Or
sir.
Separate it out to actual bank
Mhm.
charges.
Right, okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I don't know why the auditor recommended that, to be honest with you. Sound like you can do it with general ledger accounting. That just sounds crazy to me. But anyway, if they're recommending you want it, I have a motion to approve alternative one.
Make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 15, consideration to approve resolution 22-027 to amend the fiscal year 21-22 budget.
Staff is requesting approval for this amendment. This budget amendment includes some donations to recreation made in the name of Miss Cindy Howard, who was a teacher from Rican Elementary School. And additionally, there are reallocations in recreation to deal with the increased league enrollments that they've had. And there are two small grants in this amendment that we get every year, the Georgia EMS Trauma Care Grant and the CRC Mini Grant. And staff recommends alternative number one, approve the budget amendment.
Questions, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
Make a motion, we approve alternative one.
Second.
All right, now, start again.
I
Mr.
said
Floyd.
make a motion, we approve
Okay.
alternative one.
I heard it. All right. Motion, Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Burdette. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item 16 has been removed. Item number 17, consideration to approve a bond resolution.
That
Twenty-
one,
We did that.
You're correct. Item number 18, consideration to approve the submission of work order number three to First Tryon, excuse me, for the general obligation sales tax bond related to SPOS.
First Tryon advisors serve as the financial advisors to the county, and they provide services to the county in connection with the SPOS referendum, the intergovernmental agreement with SPOS, and the debt issuance. Staff is recommending approval to submit work order number 3 to complete the general obligation sales tax bond transaction. The fee of $45,000 will be part of the bond issuance costs and will be paid from the bond proceeds. And this is almost the exact same fee structure that they've had on bonds that they've issued with us in the past. And staff does recommend alternative number 1, approve the work order.
Questions, discussion, or motion for alternative one?
Make a motion to approve order number one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Loper, second Mr. Deloach for alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Item number 19, presentation to consider supporting a change order to the Georgia Department of Transportation to modify the intersection of Forest Haven Drive to create a dead end on Forest Haven Drive and eliminate the connection of Effingham Parkway.
Mr. Chairman?
Voice.
If I may, I just wanted to do a correction that the presentation was just to for a traffic study that was done with regards to Forest Haven. It's not for and against any position on the disposition of Forest Haven Drive and Effingham Parkway.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. I'm going to be introducing Richard Fangman with Pond Associates. He has prepared the study and analysis of Forest Haven. As Mr. Callahan just mentioned, a group of residents within the neighborhood had approached you about doing changes to Forest Haven as it relates to Effingham Parkway. And prior to making a decision, the Board of Commissioners had asked us to dig back into the Transportation Master Plan and reevaluate Forest Haven and its connections with Effingham Parkway and Hodgeville Road. Pond was given that contract, and they're going to present their findings. This is a presentation only with their findings and recommendations. And as Mr. Callahan pointed out, there will not be a vote tonight. It's just a presentation only. So without any further ado, I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Fangman, and I'm going to go over and get his slides set up for him. So.
Okay. I think
Okay.
cycle. Yeah, if you cycle ahead, it'll go to the Forest Haven. I'm going to step back just slightly so I can see which one they've got up there too. But
Which one do you want?
yeah, if you just go to the next slide, then I'll just have to tell you the next slide. Yeah. So what we did, we were. I'm sorry. My name is Richard Fang with Pond, and it's a pleasure to be here with y'all this evening. And what we did, as Eric had mentioned, was to take a look at the traffic along Forest Haven Drive and its approach to Effingham Parkway. As it shows on the graphic now, Effingham Parkway, when it's constructed, will take where and sort of bisect that road, cross the road where Forest Haven Road goes, and then where Squirrel Run comes off of Forest Haven. Right at that area was where Effingham Parkway will go through. And so one concern was that when that occurs, will there be more traffic drawn to the Forest Haven section and create additional volume on that road, which is now a very low volume road because there's no other access except Hodgeville Road for the residents there? Will that become a through road? And so that was one of the things we looked at. We wanted to anticipate how many folks might use that route and what improvements might be needed. And so the next slide is the one with the 2 lines on it. And this shows, so what we did is we looked at the traffic flow that we had information on for different times of day and tried to project about how many vehicles we thought would be able to reroute if you had that new connection in place. So how many folks that are taking the red route on that red line might take the pink line instead? And found that about 40% of the traffic that's currently going through on that red path could possibly, use this other path. That'd be about 2,500 vehicles per day today, and about 3,700 vehicles per day by the design year 2045. So that included the planned improvements. We did consider the planned improvements at 30 and Hodgeville Road in that, and we looked at the travel time differences as a way to try to identify that.
Is that 2,500 additional vehicles?
That would be 20, of the folks on the red line, about 40% of them would route. And yeah, there'd be about 2,500 additional vehicles on Forest Haven. So that's a lot of additional vehicles on Forest Haven with that connection that would be open.
Currently on the red route.
Yeah.
What's the total on the red route? Right?
Currently on the red route is about 6,000 vehicles, per day, making that particular movement on that route.
Because you had the 2 together.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's more than that on certain sections of that, particularly on 30, but we looked at how many were actually making that, turning movement. So you get about 6,000 per day. About 40% of those would be making that, that movement, onto Forest Haven. And so that's when we looked at, okay, what would we need to do to Forest Haven if we had that additional load of traffic? The pavement is really not designed on that particular road to handle that load of traffic. We also found that we would probably need a left turn lane in from Hodgeville Road and a right turn lane out from Forest Haven to handle the traffic at that intersection to make sure that there's not too much delay at that intersection. And so when we estimated the cost of adding that left and right turn lane, as well as adding the pavement improvements, that cost is around, about $1 million to do that work.
To FDR it and add the lanes.
Yeah, it wouldn't have a light, it would have, but we didn't anticipate that we'd need a light.
Full depth reclamation.
Yeah, full depth, yeah, I'm sorry, yes,
Now,
I'm sorry, yeah.
help me understand this. How long is that road, Forest Haven, from the Parkway to there?
It is, oh gosh, I'm trying to remember the length of that. 1 mile. Is it a mile? Okay.
What's the cost of resurfacing a mile of road? $1 million? But we gotta do more than resurface it.
It was improved about 10 years ago, I believe. Because it was in bad shape, and we totally redid it.
Yeah, it's hard for me to believe if you can, he's saying it was improved not too long ago. Hey,
Do you
if
think we
could,
have a number that's too low?
Conversation in the back, we'll get to some opportunities later on. Help me with this, Eric, before we move on. If it's $1 million to resurface a 1 mile of road, okay? There's gonna have to be, a full depth reclamation means you're gonna be doing the base as well, right? Huh? You come to the microphone, help me understand what the,
I'm sorry, what I was trying to say is that a good budgeting number for us is about $1 million a mile for a full reconstruction of a pavement, be it FDR or replacing the base or whatever, not simply resurfacing. That's a different number.
okay, that's what I was asking about the resurfacing. I thought you said was $1 million, but
Yeah, I mean, that's a planning budget, that's a planning estimate number that I would use, would be $1 million a mile to rebuild a road.
okay.
Yes, a little, we had a little less than that, and then for the being less than a mile, and then some of the turn lane made it a little longer at the other end as well.
But I'm gonna pause one more time, just make sure I
Sure.
understand.
Yeah.
Numbers is where I like.
Yeah, no.
So $1 million to redo a mile of road. But this 900 to $1 million is including turn lanes and everything. It just sounds low to me.
Yeah. Okay, well, we can go back and check that number,
I don't know if the
and turn
engineer
that
could
back.
add to, if you add in turn,
Top of my head, sir, we have the spreadsheets. I don't know if Richard got those in his PowerPoint.
Let me see if I've got
why don't y'all
that.
get together, won't slow this down, and look at that, because
Yeah.
if you're adding turn lanes on Hodgeville, you're adding different things in a mile, I just wanna make sure that number is correct.
Okay,
It just looks low.
all right. We'll dig back into that cost estimate. We may have used too low of a number for the actual reclamation part, because I know we did some detailed look at the turning lanes, so we were probably a little lower than maybe, than they had said on that. And then what we did was we did look at, on the next slide shows a couple of alternatives with the, for improvement of this. If we were to cul-de-sac or cut off the traffic from Forest Haven Drive so that it does not access Effingham Parkway, we need to put a cul-de-sac in, or else what's called a hammerhead intersection, which is probably it's less capacity than a roundabout. I mean, a roundabout than a cul-de-sac, but it is something that is probably in keeping with the volume, the lower volume that you actually have in Forest Haven, particularly at the end. It'll really be service vehicles primarily that'll be turning around there, and the hammerhead will work well for that. So we looked at those two options. The traditional cul-de-sac was between 600 and 720,000. Hammerhead turnaround 400 to 490,000. So the hammerhead was of all three of those was the cheaper option, and especially if we do find that we undercounted on the keeping it open, then these two options both would be significantly less costly than that, and there would be again the 2,500 vehicles cutting through is different than what they're experiencing out there today. So that's kind of my synopsis of what we had. Our findings were there. Again,
What
what's
time
left
of
for
the
the staff
day
to
would
recommend.
this traffic, increased traffic be experienced?
The increased traffic a lot of it would be, it'd be the heaviest in the PM peak hour. It would also be heavy in the AM, but we think the people coming up in the PM peak hour, because that's where the travel time difference, it would be the greatest going through this
So you think that on the way home, they'll use it more than they will on the way out?
Yeah, right, yes. I mean, it's equally as good of a connection both times. It's just you've got a little more congestion during the PM, a little more volume concentration.
That's a quicker way than going Hodgeville and 30?
Then 30, yes, it'd be quicker to go through,
Even with
through
the
this road.
roundabout?
Yes, it's a less, it's more direct, so and even though the speed's a little lower through there, it's only an eight-tenths of a mile of a lower, of a lower speed. So produced,
I guess people
Or
would
direct route.
recommend they would use it going home because it's a right turn on the Hodgeville versus trying to cross the
Easier to
busy
get out.
road,
Yeah, yeah.
Than it would be to get in.
You're gonna use it during, I mean, they would probably, we had shown that they're using it during both peaks, but the heaviest was the PM because of the travel time difference.
Before we see if there's any questions, remember, for the public tonight, we're just hearing the report. We're not making decisions. We're not gonna have a public hearing on this particular thing. We just want to make sure everybody understands the documentation, and information. So, any other question from the board first, or information? I am shocked at the 2,500 cars. I don't know that I want to put 2,500 cars on Forest Haven.
I was thinking a few hundred.
Yeah.
And as the route,
I don't know, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. I mean, 2,500, going through a subdivision road, which will technically be a heavily traveled road now.
I think you're gonna have to beef up the base more than it is now.
Yeah.
That's why I think you're gonna end up having about 1.5, 1.6 million in, because it can't be the same base of 2,500.
No, but you'd save $500,000 just by not cutting it off to put into that, improving the road and making it nice.
Yeah, we'll try to talk a little bit into the microphone. I'm losing my voice. I've been meeting all day long, so I apologize for that. I guess the things I'm looking at, I learned from this, 2,500 is a lot to put on that road.
Yeah.
I'm still that.
It's not unlike a lot of, if you have a larger subdivision or something, you might have 2,500 on one of the main roads going in or out of that. About 250 houses generate about, 2,500 vehicles a day. So that's the kind
you
of
don't have that
overall
many here.
magnitude, that you.
So my takeaway is it's a lot of cars. My other takeaway is I'm still concerned about, just for the board, my concerns is, I want to see the parkway not have a lot of entrances and exits. The idea is to move traffic from south to north as quickly as possible. That's one reason we went back to DOT to see if they put us a roundabout at Goshen.
I believe we're working on a limited access plan. I believe.
Right, limited access plan, Goshen, and
You've
the
all
Parkway.
actually approved it already.
That's right.
The limited access.
We haven't enforced it. That's where
plan,
Yeah.
you've all already approved.
Right, but I mean, we're trying to do things now, to even at intersections like Goshen and
That's right.
Parkway, to make it where it's a roundabout. We're even looking at Blue Jay, where the Parkway comes there, converting that to a roundabout, so the traffic just keeps flowing. It never comes to a signal light, stop sign, or anything. That's the goal.
Yeah.
And I want to keep traffic moving, and the additional costs and additional traffic, it's good information.
Okay.
Does the public have any questions for the gentleman who gave us our report? This is not about whether we do it or not. We're just trying to get information. You have to come to the microphone if you had a question. We'll just do a couple of these because it's not a public hearing, but I want to make sure we answer some of the questions.
Yeah, I'm Ed Patterson. I live on the backside over on Moss Loop and everything. And I understand my neighbors concerned about this increased traffic on Forest Haven. And I know that's a big decision for y'all to make. The question that I have, and I know y'all can't answer that tonight, but how are the 36 homeowners on the backside of the parkway, on Moss Loop, Squirrel Run, how are we gonna get out?
You have to take the parkway.
Right, we would have to take the parkway, but, I mean, do we have to come, hit the parkway, go up to Goshen Road?
Yes.
Do a
Well,
U-turn?
no, not correct. In the future, we don't know when you get the 4 lanes. In the 4 lanes, absolutely. It'd be probably a right out only, but no decisions have been made on that yet.
But
I
you
would-
still wouldn't be able to get to a thoroughfare unless he goes up to Goshen.
No.
There'd be no way.
Right
No,
now-
but why could,
Let me finish this. Right now, on 2 lane, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, it's already designed to have a right turn on going north out of Squirrel Run, and it's designed to have a entry lane going south on the parkway from Squirrel Run. We're not looking at changing that right now.
Okay.
I can't say that wouldn't change when you had a 4 lane, because I don't think I want anybody going across a 4 lane. But right now, Squirrel Run, from my understanding, unless we change that, only thing that we might consider is closing off Forest Haven to keep it from being a cut through. But Squirrel Run, while it's 2 lane, could go left or could go right.
But he can't get to Your question is, can you get to Forest Haven from
No,
where you're
he's
at?
talking-
No, I'm saying, how do I get to 30?
30,
Off of,
Parkway.
I'm coming off Squirrel Run, how do I get to 30?
You take the Parkway to 30.
To the left?
Yeah.
And then, so keep that in consideration. I mean, when you're doing all this, don't forget about us in the backside.
And right now, that would not change from what I understand that we would be looking at. I can't say when it's four-laned, that might become too dangerous.
Well, but y'all do it on 21 all the time. I mean.
And I don't like it. We're trying to fix that. Because that's dangerous. I get
Right,
it.
but if you've got a turn lane in the center, then I mean, it's very feasible. But I mean, you realize how impractical it is for us to go north 4 or 5 miles, do a U-turn, and
About
then
4 or
go
5
back.
miles. It's about a quarter mile. I mean, from Squirrel Run to Goshen Road is not very far. It's a real quick back.
Okay, well, maybe I was wrong on the miles. It's at least a couple of miles, though.
I don't think so.
Where?
1.8 miles.
Is it 1.8 miles? From Squirrel Run to Goshen Road?
I can tell you in a second.
That's the way the bird flies, and you got the bends in there and all
Was
that.
that
so,
far? I thought it was
yeah.
closer than that. But anyway, that's a discussion for another day.
Okay, but just what my main point is, don't forget us in the back
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And, you know, y'all were mentioning berms and all that. Throw some berms up. You've damaged, you know, one of the best, most natural neighborhoods in Effingham County. You've cut it in half. And give us some consideration about noise and about, you know, our safety too.
Okay. But remember,
And,
this is not a
and
hearing about
also the
that.
wetlands too. I mean, y'all are encroaching on that big time.
Well,
So-
this is about this study. We just want to make sure the public has the information on the study. So if you got questions about this study, that's what we want to hear. We're not going to address other concerns tonight.
Yeah, yeah, I think most of y'all know me already anyway, so, but
So you got to state your name for the record.
Woody Bagley.
Okay.
I live on Forest Haven. You know, first thing I heard was 2,500 cars a day. That upsets me greatly because we've got maybe a couple of hundred cars a day right now, and we got one way in, one way out. That's what we want to keep. You're talking about $1 million just on that one road. What about your turn lanes and everything off of Hodgeville? What about the increased traffic at Hodgeville turning in there? The increase of accidents?
Mr. Bagley, I don't want to cut you off, but we're aware of all that.
Okay.
And those are things you can raise when we have a hearing about what we're going to do.
Yeah.
This is to understand the report. Do you have any questions about the report?
Okay.
or-
Also, he talked about the cul-de-sac. Why do we need a cul-de-sac or why do we need a hammerhead? You got Crane Court right there. You got 400 feet, you go there and you got a cul-de-sac right there at the end of
Well,
Crane
That's a
Court.
good question. Can we answer that one? Do we have to have the,
Well, you have to have it just to make sure.
come to the microphone? See, that's a question related to the report. That's what I want to look for tonight.
No, and that's a great question. And the reason to put one of those in is just to make sure that service vehicles or emergency vehicles can make that turn. You don't want to have someone go down that road where they can't, if they go past where the last road turns off, they'd have no way to get back without
Gotcha.
driving on
So
private
they gotta
property.
they gotta have
So it's sort of
something,
required for you to be able
'cause
to
they
do
may
that so
go
they
beyond
don't
that
have to go
road.
on private property to get back.
Okay.
And that's why we, you know, but the cul-de-sac and the hammerhead especially is not very, you know, wide sort of
Well,
treatment, so that was the
that's
intention.
pull in, back up, and turn around and go back.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
cul-de-sac, I understand what that is.
Yeah. Okay.
But, I mean, you're only talking about, well, I took some pictures out there today, but you're only talking about a couple of 100 feet, but you've got a driveway just past Crane Court that goes into Sherry's place, and you got a driveway that goes in to Dave's place. So why not put a barricade right there? I mean, you can see it 50 feet away from you. Just put no through traffic, or put a turn lane right there to go in to Crane Court. Why spend $500,000 on something that's not really necessary?
All right. But right now, we can look at that if we decide to close it. You know, that's a good options, but we're just trying to get information on this report. I agree, it sounds like a lot of money for me, $400,000
Yeah.
to put a hammerhead, but
You may still see more traffic on that road, even with it being closed, just because it is a public road and people aren't gonna know. Maybe that would taper off some. You know, we can't restrict traffic on
But
it.
we don't want to count on that.
That's right. And that's the idea of making sure they can get on back out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if they come in there, you can still go up and turn in on Crane Court, do a UE right there for your emergency vehicles or whatever that was the big thing before. Also, you know, we still got, all of us sitting back here still don't want it. We're still looking at the one way in, one way out. You've heard all the stuff here about,
We'll come back and listen to that. This is tonight, once again, just to understand this report. I want you to hear, I just want to make sure you knew we had the report coming tonight so you could come hear the documentation that he had. But this is not a hearing on whether we want it or don't want it.
Can we put the report online so everybody can look at it?
Yeah, let's put it online. That'll be good.
I mean, it's in the agenda packet, but I can put it on the
Let's
Facebook.
put it
I
online
can
so
put
they
it
can
on
go
the
separate- so
So everybody in the
homepage,
community can have it.
the
and
news,
before-
on the, so if you go on the homepage and check the news, I'll put a link there.
Okay.
But before we have a vote on it, we'll make sure everybody knows, and there'll be a discussion that night so we can talk once again about what we learned tonight, the pros and cons of closing, leaving it open, and hearing from everybody. But that-
also, how much work are you gonna have to do on on Hodgeville for the turn lanes?
That's all,
He's factored that in,
that-
already. It's in there.
yeah, that's
Well,
on
I
our
mean-
radar, and that's in this report
It's
as
in this
well.
report.
I heard a lot of stuff that we weren't sure of, so
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah, he's put a right XL lane and a left turn lane on here. in Hodgeville.
and a turn lane out of Forest Haven.
Does that include
the Yes.
wetland infraction
Yes.
at that intersection?
Yeah, that's what we want to know.
Yeah, so he's gonna go back and look at those costs of the turn lanes and the paving, redoing a mile of,
Yeah.
to make sure we have good cost numbers before we make a decision as well. Okay? All right, good report, appreciate it.
Let's have a question, and it's on the report.
Okay,
I'm Sherry Mozak at 537 Forest Haven, and I've read through the report, and I don't understand all the reports, but it does state in here on page 5 that how they came up with how many people might possibly be going on Forest Haven is taking 100% of everybody who was going either right or left on Highway 30. It's at, which you're still gonna have your Goshen exit, you're gonna have your Blue Jay exit. So not everybody who's right now going down Hodgeville would take Forest Haven. So I
It's
think
just an
that,
estimate. It could
It's
be
just an estimate.
500.
I know, that's what I say, 500 and 2,500 is a
a
big
big delta.
difference. So, and then also, you know, with Forest Haven, it is a very curvy road, so, you know, it would be very hard to handle that traffic. But now, I'm a person that I want to be able to go back to Squirrel Run, I want my dogs back there, I have tons of friends back there. That's how it was proposed when y'all bought my land. I've got the documents, you know, saying, here's how we're gonna do it. And I would really like to see also whatever y'all have changed on your limited access, because I also have an access road to the parkway from the other side of my property. So, like I said, my property is split in half. If you put that hammerhead in or whatever, I can't even get to my other property without going down Forest Haven, going to Hodgeville, then going to Goshen, even to get to the other half of my property.
all good information, and we'll get a chance to look at all that with staff
All right.
and yourself as well.
All right,
Once again, we just want to make sure you understood the report. So we're going to post the report online. Thank you for your research, if you just sharpen those numbers. We're going to, this is just about the report.
I would just like to know, are they putting speed bumps and sidewalks in if they connect that road? That's
Ma'am, this is, yeah, this is nothing about speed bumps, it's not even about
It has
closing.
to do with the road being enclosed, shouldn't it?
This is the report, we just wanted you to be able to hear the report tonight.
And now, when can we expect to be voted? I've been for 4 years, I'm on anxiety pills after the meetings I attended last fall and the behavior I was treated in
We
our
will
neighborhood.
publicize it, we'll make sure.
See a vote, when can we see an end?
I don't know, but we will publicize it, and Woody knows, I will give him a call, and let him know, so he can make sure you're all aware, okay?
So we'll get notification?
You will get notification, yes.
Whatever happened to, I could come up, whatever
Yeah,
happened to
no.
why we don't, this was never supposed to be interconnected. A couple years ago, they said we could come here, if we had the majority of homeowners do not want it connected, it wouldn't be connected.
I'm gonna call this to order. We're gonna move on with our business, because this is not about a hearing tonight. This is just sharing information with you. You'll get a chance to have your discussion.
Well, we sat now
Okay.
on the plus listening to the other neighborhood, and I had no problem with that.
Okay.
I think everybody should be able to voice. We've been coming for 4
All right.
years, and we've never been able to voice our concern. I'm not trying to be a problem. I'm just asking for what I bought.
Sure,
My
all right. We're gonna move forward with our meeting, and you'll get a chance to bring that all up at a public hearing, okay? All right, we're gonna go to what, item number 20? Consideration to approve an engineering consultant contract with Hussey, Gay and Bell and to design a water line to serve Savannah Portside International Park, SPIP, located on Old River Road.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager, County Engineer in this case. This is, as Mr. Corbett mentioned, a design contract for water line. This is to provide a water line to connect to our existing systems on Highway 30 and Highway 17 in the Meldrum area, the Marlow area. And we will be, we're looking at a route that's going to go cross-country down to the Savannah Portside Park, providing an alternative water supply source for that park so it can plan better for the future. It's currently served by well and a tank, if you're not familiar with that. We approached Hussey Gay Bell with this project because they are the ones that currently designing what we call Loop B, which is the project to bring the water line down 17 I just mentioned, and asked them to present us a proposal for design. The proposal for design and construction administration is 219-100, and that is the staff recommendation to hire them for design only at this time.
Any questions or discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Burdette, to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Item number 21, consideration to approve a water and sewer agreement with Port Wentworth to serve the Georgia International Trade Center, GITC, Phase 4A.
Good evening again, Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. There is one site within the Getsy Park that is in Chatham County in the city of Port Wentworth. It is accessed and served by all infrastructure by Effingham County, but because of the jurisdictional switch, we did have to do a development agreement or water sewer agreement with Port Wentworth. It is very similar to the one we did with Jasper Village Development recently, if you recall that one. In that agreement, the city will oversee the construction of the building, but the site development and the water and sewer and roads going into that development are going to be permitted and overseen by Effingham County. And then after the project is complete, Effingham County will be the provider for water and sewer. And so this agreement is really just about the water and sewer. I was just giving that additional information. The city of Port Wentworth did approve this agreement earlier last week on May 26th, and staff has recommended approval of this agreement.
We're providing this water to Port Wentworth wholesale or just each residential?
No, they're a customer. The building, it's building 4A, and the building will be a retail customer of ours. So there's no wholesale agreement. We just bill that customer as if they were in our jurisdiction.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Motion?
Make a motion to approve alternative one. Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Kiefer to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Number 23, consideration to approve change order number 3 for contract with 21-25-005 with McClendon Enterprises Incorporated for T-Splosh, Lemig Road resurfacing to add paving to the parking lot and driveway of Clio Fire Department.
I'm sorry, did you?
We skip one?
Did I?
22?
Well, we missed one.
22.
All right,
I'll do 23.
do 23 because my voice is going. I just read it.
You don't want to read all that again? We'll do 23 and then go back to 22. Again, Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. This is a change order to McClendon's current contract for paving for the year. We are adding the parking lot at Clio Fire Station. The fire department has the funding for this, and the work in the amount of $45,212.79, and staff is recommending approval.
Do you have a motion for alternative one?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deloach, second Mr. Loper to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes.
Read the rest of them, or?
We're almost done, I think. Thank you, though. Item number 22, consideration to approve a change order with Baker Construction for construction of Old Louisville Road pipe collapse repair.
Once again, Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. This is my favorite project from the past year, the Old Louisville Road Pipe Collapse Project. This is a summation change order. During construction, there was a substantial amount of undercutting that had to occur that was above the planned quantity. That is a majority of the cost. We also made a decision to change stabilization of the slopes and the vegetation, adding additional riprap and getting rid of some of the seeding. And so there was a net increase there. The other largest piece of this change order is a liquidated damages. They were behind schedule and didn't complete late, and so we did charge liquidated damages for 22 days beyond schedule. The net increase of the contract will be $9,545.03. Staff recommends approval.
Questions or a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve alternative one.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Deloach, second, Mr. Floyd, to approve alternative one. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes. Item number 24, presentation of an engineering analysis of a truck model, traffic impact, and performance of an alternative intersection design to Effingham Parkway and Blue Jay Road intersection.
Again, Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. I'm going to be bringing Richard Fangman back up again for another short presentation. Similar to the Forest Haven project we just discussed, we as a county decided we wanted to look at alternative designs to the Effingham Parkway and its intersections with Blue Jay Road. Mr. Fangman's going to give you a short presentation on the alternative intersection design analysis that they performed on that intersection.
Thanks. Yeah, my name's Richard Fangman with Pond and Company. And when I talk about the Blue Jay Road intersection, I guess is the picture up of, so we can go to the next slide with the photo there. And so we looked at this intersection to determine what would be a good configuration for the operation of the intersection. We know it was some of the challenges that you all had on Mccall Road. The staff had asked us to look closely at this one from an analysis perspective to see what would work well here. We looked at the previously planned configuration, which is shown on the screen there, where Effingham Parkway, you can see here, comes up, and as it bends to the right, it's bending to become part of, to match the alignment of Blue Jay, and then Blue Jay was coming down and teeing into Effingham Parkway. We looked at that configuration. We looked at something called a restricted crossing U-turn, which basically has the folks that would turn left out, would come down and make a U-turn to go back. We looked at what they call a high T, which is another type of a different sort of a T intersection that allows you to do 2 stages in making your left turn. And we looked at a roundabout. These are some of the intersection configurations that are typically looked at for these types of things by the Georgia DOT through their process that they would do on roadways. So we took that from their intersection control evaluation or ICE process guidelines. I guess on the next slide, it kind of shows some of the, some of the alternatives considered and what our findings were. One of the things we did find was with the minor street stop control, which is your existing design. In the opening year, you have good levels of service B and C. Again, then on year 2043, though, those go to a failing levels of service and fail fairly badly, particularly in the PM peak hour with heavy traffic. One of the findings that we had too, as we're looking at this, is there's a lot of traffic that still wants to go along Blue Jay and continue straight east to west on Blue Jay, as well as a traffic going up Effingham Parkway. So that was a consideration in why some of these delays ended up the way that they are. But in the future, these other alternatives also had some failing levels of service. The one that had really the best level of service overall was the single lane roundabout concept that had a good level of service C or better, which indicates low delay. Another thing that's important to note with this type of an intersection going, especially with some of the speeds that are present in these corridors, having a roundabout is something that is generally going to have lower crashes than the other types of intersections. In fact, it's used often as a safety countermeasure for places that have high crashes that don't have signals. So I think the next slide kind of shows the picture of the concept for the roundabout. Again, this is sort of preliminary concept work. The design would be fleshed out further as you all move forward with that if you do so. But what we found with this design was there's no additional right-of-way that would be needed with this configuration, especially with it pushed up a little towards where Blue Jay is. If we were to pull that down further so that you had more of a straight line like you had before, then we're going to bend that existing Blue Jay road to the west into the right-of-way line. So we tried to keep it about where it is, so we really didn't have any additional right-of-way. That it could be adapted to a 4-lane Effingham Parkway. So in the future, if Effingham Parkway becomes 4-lane, there's room with this configuration to go to 4-lane design. One note to say about the cost estimate for this shows this $1.8 to $2.3 million. That's not additional cost that you'd have to do because the other road would be designed. So the pavement width itself is only going to be about 10 to 15% greater with the roundabout design than it is with the current design. So if you take that sort of construction cost of say around $2 million, it would probably be about 10 to 15% of that of additional cost to move to something like this roundabout design. So.
How does the private drive entering into the roundabout work? Because I've never seen that.
That's been done in places around Georgia. It could also be considered to try to connect it further over. One of the things you don't want to do is have it right on the very last part of the roundabout approach. So it's actually preferred to be in the roundabout than to be in the roundabout approach. What is people are going around the roundabout, they're going really at a speed of 15, the roundabout's designed for that 15 to 20 mile an hour speed, so the idea is that they can go into the roundabout.
Along there.
Yeah, well, it might be. As far as it's easier for them to get out, that's for sure.
That's right.
The pan, truth be told, they may have to change the way that pan looks. We just put a standard driveway pan on there to make it a little bit easier for folks to do. But you definitely, when you do that, want the look to be different so people don't mistake it for a street. Yeah.
So if you're talking about a $2 million for the roundabout or the other construction, you're saying that roundabout's only about $350 more than
what you've got out there
So
today.
if we
is what
changed
we're-
it,
and that's a preliminary estimate because we're just taking it as a
but that's not
percentage of
including
this.
engineer's design, that's just the construction cost.
Yeah, right, yes.
Design might be, what would design for a roundabout be?
It could be, depending on, it could be $100,000 of design for the roundabout. Depends
Did we design one
on,
before that we?
it depends on how much other design was done. If you've already got a lot of design done for Effingham Parkway, so you've already got a lot known. So you've got survey, for example, you've got all the grading and stuff like that. I'd have to look more closely at those exact designs, but about 100,000 is probably.
Somewhere around 500,000, we could
Yeah.
redesign and move it to a roundabout
Yeah.
and then keep a continuous road versus a blending in, kind of like we have at Blue Jay now. In Mccall, that's not a good answer.
That ain't too good.
So we could get out ahead of it for 500,000 maybe. Okay,
Yeah, okay.
all right. Any other questions on this report? It's just a presentation, so we don't have a vote. Thank you, sir.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Item number 25 is a public hearing for the abandonment of a portion of Webb Road.
Yes, sir, there is a map, Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. In the packet for this item, there is a map showing the location of Webb Road we're referring to. And if you're familiar with Webb Road, it comes off of Mccall Road and goes perpendicular and crosses the railroad tracks and then kind of just dies out in the field. It used to be a more prominent road before the bypass was built. But it also, Webb Road then makes a 90-degree turn and follows parallel to the railroad tracks down towards the embankment that is the overpass. Also included in your packet was several plats of the area showing how that right-of-way doesn't exist. It's actually on the railroad right-of-way, and so the Webb Road kind of exists on you know, the property of the railroad is not a special right-of-way. With the development of Dasher Point and the properties that are existing along Webb Road, accessing Webb Road, the portion that's paved and the county maintained, this section of Webb Road that's parallel to the railroad tracks is really unnecessary. At the request of the city of Springfield, we looked into it. Several of the residents and the developer of Dasher Point had asked us if we could maybe clean up the road network and the platting back there. And as we found out, we didn't have to do anything with the platting because there's no right-of-way to clean up. But they have asked us to abandon the road from county maintenance, just the portion that's parallel to the railroad tracks. We're agreeable to that. It's really a dirt road that has access to only one property. They have access from a different direction already. And I've reached out to EMS, fire, and sheriff, and waiting on response from all them. But we already have had the sheriff say they're okay with it. And I haven't talked to Clint, but I'm sure he's okay with it as well. What we're asking for tonight is just to begin the process. This is the first hearing. After tonight, we will put notices in the paper. We will do notices to the adjacent properties. We will post signs in the vicinity of the closure, and then we'll come back to you in a month for the second final hearing and ask for a motion to abandon the right or abandon maintenance to that section of road.
So I guess, is there anyone here tonight that wants to speak for or against abandonment of Webb Road?
Better nobody very good.
This is the same portion. Didn't we have that fellow, the guy that came before us for a
Yeah.
variance or something that he didn't even need it? This is the same.
He's the property that uses it currently, but he, as we pointed out from that meeting, he can actually access from Webb Road already. So,
Yeah, he gets right at the end there before he goes over the railroad track.
He would be the only one potentially affected.
I don't see anyone from the public wanting to speak, so I'm gonna close the public hearing if there's no other discussion. From the board, there's no vote here on this, just a public hearing, right? Okay. We'll go to item number 26, consideration to approve funding for the addition of a water valve related to the utility relocation of Effingham Parkway.
one last time, Eric Larson, Assistant County Manager. Georgia DOT, who is managing the construction of Effingham Parkway, has approached us to request additional funding for a change order request from Balfour Beatty. There was an omission in the design plans of a water valve on the water relocation plan, excuse me. The dollar amount is $14,876.40, and staff is recommending approval.
Must be a big valve.
Yes, sir.
$14,000.
Do you have a motion?
Make a motion, we approve alternative one. We gotta
Second.
have it, we gotta have it.
Motion by Mr. Floyd, second by Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. On item number 25, do we need to vote for first reading on that, of closing it, or is that just a public hearing?
That's what I was looking at. Is there a resolution here?
It's in there.
Yeah.
Attorney wants to approve the resolution along with the first reading, so you're gonna approve a resolution for abandonment.
Okay, so item number 25, we do need a vote, so we need a motion to approve the resolution for abandonment.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Deloach,
Second.
second by Mr. Loper. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. And it passes.
Thank you.
Removed item 27, so we got item 28. Consideration to approve a purchase and sale agreement for property located at 101 East 10th Street, Lincoln, Georgia 31326.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In the 2021 SPLOS that was passed, it included funding for a Rincon area, or actually a North Rincon area EMS station. We had looked at alternatives, including donation of land and construction of a new facility from the city of Rincon, and compared that to what properties were currently available in the area we wanted to go. We found this property for sale, already zoned to be used as an institutional use EMS station by right for a very reasonable price. If the land was donated to us and we had to build, it would have been close to $1 million to build a facility. This is selling for $315,000. It pretty much has everything that we need in there. Does require a little bit of minor updating. It's got a brand new roof. It's a brick building. It's at a perfect location. It's on 21 at the corner of 10th. And so after reviewing the site with our facility staff and EMS, we determined that it would suit our needs and is certainly well below budget because in SPLOST we had budgeted a total of $600,000 for the site. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the commercial purchase and sale agreement.
Well, how about the EMS? They still have it at Goshen, right, at the fire department?
That's correct. So they have 2 units at the southern end of Rincon, and then they have a big gap between that location and essentially close to Springfield. And so it creates a service delay that has not gone unnoticed by Rincon. Just on a response time and an analysis that they did when they did a fire study. And so our initial goal is to move one of the 2 units from the southern Rincon station, the Goshen Road station, to this station. And then in the budget, we are creating a second 24-hour unit, which is now currently a 12-hour unit, and we'd probably either backfill that at the Goshen station or potentially add another unit at this site. So
That's what the 4 new positions are going for, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I spoke with Wanda about it, and she said this was going to be a huge asset for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's we looked at it, went into contract with it under the discussed it with the chairman with the condition that it has to be approved by the board prior to purchase. So we staff is recommending alternative.
Well, it's a great
one.
location because you got 9th Street, Blue Jay, right out that direction.
That's right. Yeah, you can cut across to where there's a traffic light. You can actually, it has an encroachment right on 21 and on 10th. So, and it's a big piece of property too.
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised it was going for a price, this particular price, but it is what it is. So.
I have a motion for alternative 1.
I make a motion to approve alternative 1.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kiefer, second Mr. Loper to approve alternative 1. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, no. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. And I believe, if I'm not incorrect, that concludes our business. Okay. We'll see what reports we have from commissioners and staff. We'll start with our staff.
I'll let you, I did want to remind that we are having that that meeting on buffers at the 23rd, on June 23rd. And we will try and get you as much information as we can in advance of that. So you know so you fully understand the issue with the current and where the current buffer ordinance stands. With that, I have no other report.
Any other staff with any kind of report? Okay. Go with the commission. Oh, clerk, sorry.
So, about the 23rd.
Got a conflict?
I discussed this earlier. We do have a conflict. The chamber is having their annual awards reception.
Oh, I forgot about that.
On that day, from same time, same day.
Who's having?
The chamber.
Oh.
So, we'll need to look at an alternative date for our work session.
And it probably needs to be far enough out so that people can plan to be there. Because we had scheduled this way out so people could know about it and plan, so. Probably needs to be.
We just got the invitation yesterday, so.
might need to be late in July to give people time to plan to come.
So if you wanted to look at, I know you said, Chairman, that you'd like to plan meetings the week of our meetings.
If we
because then
can,
we
it helps me.
We can push it a month out and go with the 21st of July. That works for you guys.
When are we looking on having the workshop or retreat?
September.
September? Okay.
Weekend after Labor Day.
Yeah, September 9th through the 11th, I think.
Do I have that down? Sounds like we're not hearing any objection. If you want to put that out for the 21st.
First, we got a meeting.
1st of July.
First SPLOST meeting, June 21st.
We have a lost meeting at 10 o'clock on the 21st.
Lost
And then our retreat is when?
September 9th through the 11th.
Okay. Just that Friday and Saturday, or we're gonna try to do more time than that?
We're gonna go up on the 8th.
Okay.
But we have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Friday, go up Thursday night, and we have all day Friday, all day Saturday, and half a day Sunday. Okay, I'm with you.
What's those days? I'm sorry, I'm changing something else.
Or when and where again?
Hardest time.
I don't know if we determined where.
September 9th through the 11th, but we'll travel on the 8th.
Where's it gonna be?
Looking at sea palms, King and Prince has been a little challenging, so we're looking at sea palms.
Okay.
That location.
You stay at Lee's house. I'm sorry.
Trash in his house.
Anything else?
Other than just a reminder about the groundbreak or the ribbon cutting on Friday at 10 o'clock at Mccall Park. Just mentioned the lost meeting on the 21st at 10 a.m. with the cities. That is all I have.
Okay.
Whatever come of the water loss that Mr. Maynor was concerned about, have y'all had a chance to look at it?
Yes, we did. Matter of fact, Mark spent an hour with him on the phone, I think yesterday or today, confirming that. And we think he's got a legitimate, I'll let Mark report it to you.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks for taking that call.
He was looking at the flushing report from March, and there was a mathematical error in the spreadsheet. It doesn't affect main operations, but his main question was just the flow rate at one of the flushing points is an estimated 45 gallons per minute, and we've used that for years. I verified that with EOM. That's kind of a good rate, but his concern was just when's the last time that was measured, since that's an estimate.
Well, I thought we talked about putting a meter there so we'd actually know what was lost.
Yeah, I think we brought that up to EOM.
They did. They told me the size. I can't remember what size it would take, but I mean, that's a possibility. But I have to look at the prices, so I don't have any numbers on that.
I think we should look at trying to hire him as some kind of consultant, because if he's got that kind of time to find something like that, I mean, he could be of some value to us. I mean,
He watches
that's
that
pretty
water
slick.
like it's coming out of his checkbook.
Yeah.
And he probably asked you what amount of water was lost. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or the value of that water.
He reads the City of Savannah water bill every month,
Yep.
and we send that to him for years, and he has it collected in a spreadsheet. He typed up the City of Savannah, the water and sewer agreement from 2002, I think it was. He had a PDF, so he typed it up in Word so he could, search it. And, yeah, he's very involved in it.
Years ago, but I figured he got too old to mess with that. He's still doing it.
He calls me once a week. I didn't take his call because I wanted to hear from you today. So I appreciate you talking to me.
So what's the issue?
Anyway.
What's the issue? Why do we want to, if we have to flush it,
Because right now, the flushing report is based on an assumed flow rate of 45 gallons per minute
And we
for
get a
31
flushing rate
days.
from them,
From the, this is the Marlow lift station flushing point.
but do we get a flushing rate from Savannah IND?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's what I want to know, because it could be less, is what you're saying?
Well, so this is the end of the line, right?
Right.
Where it terminates at Covered Bridge. And so we've got a flush there. So we estimate our flushing at 45 gallons per minute.
Yeah.
And what his concern is whether, but we don't have a meter there.
I know, I get that, but
Only time it, we just time how long we're flushing
but
it.
I want to know why we want to know, because if it's more than 45,
Well,
then we want to know so we get a better rate. But what if it's less than 45?
no, if it's less than 45, then we're getting charged
Yeah.
per 1,000 gallons at the flush rate. So
Which is good.
right.
Exactly.
So we would ask for a reduction on that. But if we find out that it's actually more than 45, I don't think we really want to tell anyone.
No, we'll just assume the meter's not any good.
Yeah.
I'm not following. If it's more than 45, okay, and we're only turning in 45 that we flushed,
Yeah.
that's the only thing we're getting the rate for. And we should be getting a rate maybe for 55 or 65, the flushing rate, because we're paying for the water at the meter from Savannah. They're just deducting.
Oh, I get your point. I get your point. So if we,
Determine it's more, we don't want,
That's right.
we want to tell them.
Somehow in the month of March, though, we used 900,000 more gallons, but the flow rate never changed. The 45 gallon, there was, like I said, there's a mathematical error somewhere.
and
Because
so here's the point. We have the meter here that comes at on Hodgeville, and then we estimate how much we flush out
And we get a rate
at the
reduced
end.
for that.
And so they're not, what we flush out is not tied to the meter reading. And so if we're overestimating how much we flush out, based on use, then, and we're actually doing much less than that, then it would be a reduction because they're basing our flush rate on an estimation, not on a meter read.
Okay.
it concerns him. It concerns him tremendously.
I just want to make sure we don't pay more because we get it metered.
Right. Thank you.
I'll talk to you about it later, because it's
Okay.
still something that's not jiving with my mind on that one.
Mr. Maynard's number.
All right, anything else?
That's it, I'm sorry.
Communications person, I know we talked about that, we're all for that.
It's, we included it in the budget.
In the budget.
Oh, cool. So what's our next step?
We passed the budget.
Pass the budget, then when we pass the budget, we can hire somebody.
Yes.
Can we advertise before that?
I generally prefer not to, but I mean, we could.
We don't have to hire them until we get the budget, obviously, but.
Okay. We could do pending budgetary
It's so
approval.
hard to find people right now, I tell you.
Well, we're days away from
Yeah.
having a budget passed, right? I
2
say
weeks.
days, I mean a few weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. It's probably, it's too late, but, talking about what Jamie and everybody was talking about earlier with the timeliness, is anything we should address the timeliness as far as our ordinance is concerned about people dropping out at the last minute when they have something and everybody shows up? What's something fair for them? What's something fair for the people that show up? Do we need to address that, or are we good with just having one, and then if you miss the one, the next one's your last one, and that's it? I mean, does that work, or does that, we had 15, 20 people out there tonight, and the other guy, there's no way to even contact them because we don't know who's showing up.
Yeah.
And I'm rambling, I'm tired, but,
Yeah, I would say if that comes up again, I mean, definitely if they try to do it 2 times, then I say we roll on and,
but I think some people know
I mean, that's,
the system well enough to say, well, if I don't do it now, I go on old business, and I go at 5 and nobody shows up. I could see people doing that. Just my thoughts.
I don't think that's the case. with
Maybe
this
not,
one per
not
se,
everybody,
But
but-
I agree.
But
I
even
think now we've definitely got back up to where we can show, we were trying to be accommodating for the request.
Right, sure.
And I think we could definitely move forward on the next time if they did try to pull something.
But we honored our policy. So.
And it doesn't happen too often. I can't even remember more than once or twice having that issue with constituents here and that's concerned about
It's
it.
happened a few times where you've had to say, we're not gonna hear this tonight and
Oh, that's happened,
disperse
but
several people because of, develop, postpone something.
You could tighten up the
Well, and if you-
reasons of why you would grant it, maybe.
Yeah, then if they could lie about it.
I know, but,
And we've also seen where people know that it's gonna be postponed, but they don't really trust it, so they still just come to make sure that nothing happens.
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe that
If
was
that's
more of
something-
the case tonight.
probably. If I had something going on, I'd be here, I would wanna know,
Okay, anything else?
that's all.
Have we caught back up with the grass cutting? I know we were behind. Is that on schedule now?
I'm gonna have to find out where we are on
I'm just curious.
this cycle. We
That's
should
one
be
of the other
close.
calls
It
I
was
get.
supposed to be at the end of the month that we should have a full cycle done, so
Okay.
we gotta be close.
Oh, I did send you guys something off of 30 in Collier County, you and Eric and Tim. I sent you
Okay.
guys an email earlier about a guy with a wastewater going through his front yard, and he's got a very bad odor
Yeah,
where 30 meets,
I sent a work order over to
Call him?
DOM to check it out. I've already sent that work order.
it's bizarre. He said his kids are getting nauseous and
That may be one of our I&I issues.
so it's been happening that way for a while.
Come over and take a look at it. Could be a manhole lid that's come off or.
Yeah, he said they're all sealed up. He says it's been happening that way for a while, and now it's just gotten worse and worse and worse.
When's our next meeting with Oglethorpe Power? I know it's sometime this month, right?
we had it today.
Today?
Yeah, no, I'll give you a quick update on that. Again, they are meeting all their commitments that they've made to us, and they're just about wrapping up sampling our water, and they've asked for another meeting, I believe in August, to discuss a reuse agreement. And they expect their consultant that they hired on this to wrap things up, I believe, in the next couple of months, come up with 3 options so they can narrow it down and then move forward. But realistically, it's hard to say timing-wise when they can take the water from us. But they discussed starting off at 250,000 gallons a day and potentially being able to take 100% or undiluted.
Sorry I missed that. I was
water.
planning on being there. I guess I didn't put that in my calendar. Yeah, just let me know when y'all decide
Okay.
on the August meeting. But yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised. I mean, they seem to be serious about it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They are consistent on wanting to meet and have both sides update each other on progress.
They're really taking the lead on this.
That's all I got.
I don't have anything.
Good.
Okey-doke. Is there anything else for the good of the county to date?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, you have no executive session minutes, so that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, we got minutes to.
None. So motion to adjourn
So moved.
by Mr. Deloach.
Second.
You've made the second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. We're in adjournment.
Ah.